Chapter 245. Second brother Zhao patted Zhao Jin's head. You are so young, why are you thinking about these things? Why don't you obediently stay at home and sow your dowry? That's the right thing to do. I think that brother-in-law of mine is too outrageous. He doesn't even teach you a lesson and sees you cause trouble every day. Zhao Jin curled her lips and was about to refute her second brother's words when she saw a servant hurriedly run in with a panicked expression. Eldest young master, second young master, it's not good. There's a group of soldiers outside and they want to arrest someone. Old Master Zhao was not in the Fu at the moment and had left early in the morning. There were only the two young masters in the Fu. Second brother Zhao panicked when he heard this. What soldiers? Arrest who? Eldest young master Zhao was more steady and interrupted second brother Zhao's words. He only looked at the servant and asked, what is the situation? The servant looked like he was about to cry and was so anxious that he couldn't speak clearly. He only said, I don't know. The group of soldiers are fierce and they are shouting about arresting the culprit who murdered His Majesty. Eldest young master, what should we do? Murder His Majesty? Zhao Jin stood up in shock. Isn't His Majesty seriously ill? How did it become murder? What are they doing in our Fu? Could it be that our residents would plot against His Majesty? This is nonsense. Little sister, don't make a fuss. Big brother Zhao frowned. This is not a small matter. Since there are soldiers outside, they must have heard some news. Second brother, take care of little sister. I will go out to take a look. Finishing, he lifted the corner of his robe and prepared to leave. Who would have thought that before they could even take a step, they would hear the sound of messy footsteps coming from the courtyard? A large group of soldiers rushed in, blocking the courtyard so that not even a drop of water could trickle through. It was precisely the three siblings who were trapped in the middle. Big brother Zhao said coldly, everyone, dare I ask what crime has the Fu committed that requires all of you to work so hard? Young Master Zhao, the leading official, laughed coldly. Your Zhao family plotted to poison His Majesty and the evidence is conclusive. A heinous crime, unforgivable. Take him away. What nonsense, Zhao Jin said angrily. Looking at the soldiers who came forward to arrest them, she started to resist. Why would our Zhao family plot against His Majesty? What evidence? Don't make irresponsible remarks here. How can my Zhao family's reputation of loyalty and righteousness for so many years be slandered so casually by you? However, the soldier laughed. Big brother Zhao stretched out his hand to stop Zhao Jin's resistance and said in a low voice, little sister, be quiet. Don't make a move. There's something fishy about this matter. Before the truth comes to light, don't look for trouble. Zhao Jin naturally listened to her big brother's words. Although she was unwilling, she still obediently retracted her hand. However, second brother Zhao was not going to let it go. He asked impulsively, if you don't explain clearly, don't think about taking us out of this door. My Zhao clan is not without people. How can we tolerate such slander? Miss Zhao, do you want evidence? The leader of the soldiers also seemed to be a little impatient, and the expression on his face was indescribably strange. Do you still remember the two ginsengs that Miss Zhao sent to the palace a few days ago? That ginseng had been personally tested by divine Dr. Xia and was poisonous. His Majesty had drunk the medicine with the ginseng in it that day, which was why the poison had broken out. Your Zhao clan has such a vicious heart to actually send such a poisonous thing into the palace, wanting to harm His Majesty, and you still dare to say that your Zhao clan is innocent. Zhao Jin was stunned. Second brother Zhao was a little strange. He looked at Zhao Jin and said, little sister. What's going on? He naturally knew what was going on. Zhao Jin had asked him to help steal those two ginsengs. Although these two ginsengs were precious, they were not irreplaceable to the Zhao clan. That day, second brother Zhao had only heard Zhao Jin say that he was helping a friend. He was also a warm-hearted person, so he naturally agreed. But what was going on with the words of this soldier? Second brother Zhao naturally wouldn't believe that his little sister was really a sinner who had murdered the emperor, but how did all of this happen? The strange expressions on Zhao Jin and second brother Zhao's faces were seen by big brother Zhao. He understood a little and looked at Zhao Jin sternly, asking, "Jin, what's going on?" Being asked such a serious question by her big brother, Zhao Jin also came to her senses. She shook her head and said, "No, big brother." That day, Ir said that she wanted 2 ginsengs for His Majesty to use to nourish his body. I thought that we had plenty of ginsengs in our hometown, so I stole them. I definitely didn't do it. I didn't want to poison His Majesty. Besides, why would I want to poison His Majesty? Zhao Jin had already somewhat sobered up when she said the last sentence. She looked at the head of the bailiffs and said this. Big brother Zhao frowned at Zhao Jin, but now was not the time to criticize his little sister. Moreover, big brother Zhao knew that Zhao Jin was definitely not the person who poisoned the emperor. The Zhao clan had always been playing it safe because they were loyal to His Majesty's faction. Because of Zhao Jin and Jiang Xing, they already had the intention to stand on the side of the 13th prince, but in the end, they didn't make it obvious. Besides, although their status among the military officials in the capital wasn't low, it wasn't high either. At most, they were mediocre. How could they be looked up to by others? Thinking of this, big brother Zhao said to the head of the bailiffs, "Little sister is definitely not someone who would do such a thing. I'm afraid there must be some misunderstanding." The head of the bailiffs didn't respond to big brother Zhao's words. He only waved his hand and said, "I'm sorry, young Master Zhao. Now is not the time to haggle. There is no room for discussion. We are only following orders. These explanations can be discussed in prison." After saying this, he turned to his subordinates behind him and said, "Take them away." Because the Zhao clan had misgivings about the orders from above, they didn't dare to brazenly resist. When the time came, they would be charged with an even greater crime. Therefore, although second brother Zhao and Zhao Jin were angry, they still forcefully swallowed their anger and followed big brother Zhao to be taken away by the bailiffs. Before big brother Zhao left, he gave a look to the servant in the mansion. The servant was a manservant who had always been by big brother Zhao's side. Seeing this scene, he silently stood to the side and waited for the bailiffs to start sealing up the entire mansion before sneaking out. The news of the Zhao family being sealed up reached Jiang Xing's ears in an instant. These past few days, Jiang Xing had been under pressure because of Jiang Ruan's matter. He didn't expect that the Zhao family would suddenly catch fire at this time. Under his astonishment, there was also anger. Almost without thinking, he said, "This is slander. It's simply impossible." Zhao Guang looked at Jiang Xing with a heavy expression. They were both military generals, and they all had the same surname. Zhao Guang had a good impression of Zhao Jin's family. Big brother Zhao and second brother Zhao were also very outstanding among the younger generation. Zhao Guang was also very fond of this young lady that Jiang Xing had taken a fancy to. He felt that Zhao Jin didn't have the arrogant air of a young lady from a noble family. Instead, she had the free and easy manner of a military woman. He was extremely satisfied with this granddaughter-in-law of his. Who knew that this would happen so suddenly? Zhao Guang looked at Jiang Xing and said, "Xing, although you have deep feelings for Miss Zhao, you must not act blindly without thinking. We are in troubled times, and the Zhao family is obviously being framed. I'm afraid that there might be some kind of trap involved. Do not throw yourself into it." Zhao Guang had been an official in the imperial court for many years, and was not a man of brawn but no brains. Naturally, he understood a little about these matters. Thus, with one glance, he could see that there must be some other reason for the Zhao family's mishap. He was afraid that it might be related to the matters in the palace. Thus, he had to warn Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing was not an idiot, and he knew that there might be some hidden tricks. However, he had probably inherited the protective nature of the Zhao family. Zhao Jin was now his future wife, and if he couldn't even protect his own woman, what kind of man could he be? Jiang Xing already had an idea in his heart, so he did not respond to Zhao Guang's words. Just as he was thinking about his own matters, Zhao Yuanping walked in with quick steps. He glanced at Jiang Xing and took out a letter from his sleeve. Zhao Guang asked, "Who's this?" Zhao Yuanping smiled and said, "Nephew's son-in-law." When Xiao Xiao sent a letter to Jiang Xing at this time, Zhao Guang became excited. Could it be that there was news of Jiang Yuan? He hurriedly urged, "Quickly open it and see if there is any news from our Yuan." Jiang Xing quickly unfolded the letter and read it. After reading it, he said, "No, it only talks about the Zhao family." Zhao Yuanping said thoughtfully, "Oh? Then what does His Highness mean?" "He wants us not to act blindly without thinking, and to wait," Jiang Xing said. In the palace, Dong Yinger had just walked out of the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful. Ever since that day when Xia Qing came and diagnosed that the emperor had died of poison, Dong Yinger naturally could not escape responsibility. On that day, all the questioning gazes could almost make a person collapse, and Dong Yinger had indeed collapsed. This was because someone in the medicinal kitchen had discovered that the emperor's medicinal soup was poisoned, and the poison had come from 2 old ginsengs. And the origin of these 2 old ginsengs was Zhao Jin. Dong Yinger was unable to explain herself, but at the last moment, someone stood up to testify that it was indeed Zhao Jin who had brought some gifts from the palace to visit Dong Yinger. The 2 old ginsengs were also among the gifts, and even the newly appointed Chen Gonggang had testified to this. Even so, Dong Yinger's suspicions were not cleared, because Zhao Jin had no reason to plot against the emperor. Even if she did, it would be too obvious. How could there be such an obvious poison? In the end, at the last moment, it was a palace made by Dong Yinger's side who timidly said, "Perhaps Miss Zhao did not want to harm His Majesty." The old ginsengs were originally given to Lady Shou Yi. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly saw the light, and this was probably the case. When Zhao Jin came to visit Dong Yinger, she had brought 2 old ginsengs. The old ginsengs were poisoned, but Dong Yinger did not know about it. Instead, she thought that it would be better to give such a precious thing to the emperor. Who knew that after the emperor ate it, he would die? It turned out that Zhao Jin originally wanted to harm Dong Yinger, but in the end, she accidentally harmed the emperor. Zhao Jin indeed did not have any reason to harm the emperor, but it was not certain for Dong Yinger. Many of the women in the inner palace knew that after Dong Yinger entered the palace, her relationship with Zhao Jin became distant. Since it was not for no reason, there must have been some grudge. And because of the grudge, it was not impossible for Zhao Jin to want to kill Dong Yinger. However, the truth of this matter had not yet come to light. Although they knew the general situation, they only arrested the Zhao family. While Dong Yinger was not the murderer who directly killed the emperor died because of her. These few days, the palace was busy and no one had the time to care for her. However, everyone secretly speculated that this Lady Shou Yi's life was really not good. It was difficult to obtain favor, but not long after, the emperor died. After the emperor died, this matter came. It was the Zhao family's miss who committed the murder, but she was also implicated. Most likely, her end would not be good. And Dong Yinger indeed showed a delicate and pitiful scene. The mournful expression on her face made people feel distressed, but they also felt that this woman was indeed very innocent. After leaving the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful, Dong Yinger first returned to her bedroom. She changed her clothes. She hadn't freshened up since yesterday, so she looked very haggard. At this moment, she asked someone to prepare the bath water, and then she slowly lay down in it. The water vapor slowly rose and Dong Yinger's face unexpectedly showed a very tender and beautiful color. She seemed to be very happy, and there was even a smile on her face. Things were going much smoother than she had imagined. Dong Yinger did not know whether she was happy or sad in her heart, but those feelings were all ignored. Now, what she most wanted to see was what kind of situation Zhao Jin was in. So what if Jiang Xing liked her? Committing such a big crime, even if lousy deity came, it would be difficult to save her. She should also let them taste the taste of despair. When she first entered the palace, it was exactly like this. At that time, Jiang Ruan did not save her. Now, Jiang Xing's whereabouts were unknown. If Jiang Xing wanted to wade into this muddy water, he would only be dragging himself into it. She did not know whether Jiang Xing would regret the decision he had made at that time. If the person he had chosen was her, today's situation would not be like this. Jiang Xing, after all, was suitable for an intelligent woman. As Dong Yinger thought about it, the more she wanted to see Zhao Jin immediately and see her current appearance. Thus, she quickly finished bathing and called for a palace maid to dress her up. Then, as if nothing had happened, she said, "I did not expect that after being acquainted with Zhao Jin, she would harm me in such a way. This kind of situation really makes one feel indignant. I also want to find her and ask her clearly. Let's go see our former sisters." In the dungeon, Zhao Jin was locked in the last cell. She still did not know what the situation in the Fu was like, and these people did not lock her together with eldest brother and second brother. Instead, they locked her in a separate place. Zhao Jin faintly felt something. Perhaps, in these people's eyes, she was the mastermind behind the emperor's murder, so they wanted to lock her up like this. Although Zhao Jin usually did not understand much about the matters of the court, she knew that as long as the life of a country's monarch was involved, 8 or 9 out of 10 would not have a good ending. Although she was well aware that the old ginseng was definitely not poisonous and that the emperor had died from eating the old ginseng, someone must be framing the Zhao family. Who had such a big grudge against the Zhao family? Just as older brother Zhao thought, the Zhao family was only average in the capital and could not be said to be a tall tree that attracted the wind. Moreover, they usually kept a low profile, so no matter what, they would not have provoked such a big enemy. In Zhao Jin's heart, she faintly guessed one person, Dong Yinger. Dong Yinger had specially asked Zhao Jin to bring that ginseng, saying that it was for the emperor to nourish his body. Who knew that before his body was healed, it would become the emperor's last talisman to hasten his death? In the end, Dong Yinger's words that day had untied the knot in Zhao Jin's heart. She thought that her sister actually truly cared about her, but there had been some misunderstandings many years ago. Now that time had passed, they were no longer the impulsive children they once were. Those unimportant misunderstandings could vanish like smoke in thin air. However, Zhao Jin did not think that Dong Yinger would change so thoroughly. In her heart, she was very unwilling to believe that this matter was Dong Yinger's doing, but she had no choice but to believe this reality. Why did Dong Yinger do this? Zhao Jin's heart did not have the anger of being betrayed, only disappointment. From the moment Dong Yinger made this decision, the last shred of affection they had in the past was gone. Zhao Jin buried her head into her knees. The dungeon was dark and damp, not very comfortable. However, Zhao Jin had practiced martial arts since she was young and was not spoiled, so she did not cry out or complain. Furthermore, at this moment, her heart was very complicated, so how could she care about worldly possessions? The sound of soft footsteps slowly came from the dungeon, and a familiar voice sounded, "You can go down. I have a few words to say to young lady Zhao." Hearing this voice, Zhao Jin suddenly raised her head. Under the illumination of the torches on the dark dungeon walls, there was a person standing in front of her, separated by an iron fence. It was Dong Yinger. The prison guard quietly put the silver into his sleeve and said with a smile, "Xiao Yi, please speak. I will go down and guard outside." Finished speaking, he looked at Zhao Jin in the dungeon and shook his head. Now, everyone knew that the young lady of the Zhao family in this dungeon was a vicious person. She actually wanted to harm the sister that she grew up with, and for no reason caused the originally favored Dong Yinger to suffer an undeserved disaster. This kind of woman was really too scary. After the prison guard left, the palace maids beside Dong Yinger also left, leaving only Dong Yinger and Zhao Jin in the dungeon. Zhao Jin stared at Dong Yinger, and after a long while, she said in a hoarse voice, "You did it. So you only understand now." Dong Yinger smiled lightly, "Yes, I did it, but you know it too late." "Why?" Zhao Jin grabbed the cell door as if she was about to rush out. She gritted her teeth and said word by word, "Why? Why?" Dong Yinger tilted her head and thought for a moment, why? There are too many reasons. For myself, and also for Eighth Highness. Only by using your hand to pull His Majesty down, and also by using your Zhao family to pull the person I want to pull, can I help Eighth Highness complete his great cause. From the beginning to the end, there must be a sacrifice. Unfortunately, Zhao Jin, this person is you. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that I don't like you, and I want you to die. Therefore, when I was deciding on this candidate, I immediately chose you. Zhao Jin looked at Dong Yinger in disbelief. The cruelty in Dong Yinger's words made her shiver. Eighth Prince? This matter was related to the Eighth Prince. She didn't think that Dong Yinger was the Eighth Prince's person. She didn't think that Dong Yinger would sell her life to the Eighth Prince, and even betray herself. But all her doubts reached the peak when she heard Dong Yinger's last sentence. What did Dong Yinger mean? She said, what did I do to make you hate me so much? You didn't even let go of my Zhao family. Zhao Jin, I don't understand why you can live your life so naive and stupid. Dong Yinger gently frowned and looked at her. When you and I were young, you were the most carefree one. You didn't need to learn etiquette, you didn't need to learn housekeeping, and you didn't need to learn to be tactful. As long as you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, you turn around and leave. You like to dance and play with swords, so your two brothers took you to practice martial arts. I've never liked you. Your father's official rank isn't higher than mine, and your Zhao clan isn't as prosperous as my Dong clan. However, you seem to be living a much happier life than me. You don't lack anything that I have. Even what I don't have, you have. Zhao Jin paused and looked at Dong Yinger like she was looking at a madwoman. You hate me because of this? That's why you hate me? If this was the case, then Dong Yinger was really crazy. Moreover, when they were young, their relationship was very good, and Dong Yinger never showed a trace of dissatisfaction. Even now, Zhao Jin had always thought that their feelings for each other were sincere. It was only after Dong Yinger entered the palace that they became strangers to each other. However, the feelings they had for each other in the past were not fake. If Dong Yinger was really jealous of her when they were young, then her ability to hide her feelings was really too scary. Of course not. Dong Yinger smiled lightly. This kind of thing is not in my eyes. But Zhao Jin, you seem to have forgotten that I told you about Jiang Xing. Zhao Jin was surprised, then suddenly realized and cried out, you like him? Of course I like him. From the first time I saw him, I liked him. Dong Yinger said, he saved me at the palace banquet. I liked him very much and personally went to see him. I was obviously the one who liked him first. I was the one who took the initiative first. Why was it you who got him in the end? Zhao Jin, do you know how much I hated you when I found out it was you? Dong Yinger glared at Zhao Jin. Today, she wore plain white clothes to observe mourning for the emperor. The makeup on her face was also very simple, making her look very elegant. But at this moment, her eyes were wide open and her facial features were somewhat distorted because of her emotional agitation. She looked like a female ghost. How can matters of the heart be forced? Zhao Jin looked at her in disbelief. You actually hate me because of this? This is what you owe me. Dong Yinger's face was no longer as calm as it was when she arrived, and she loudly shouted back. Then, she paused and continued, when he disappeared at the border, everyone said that he defected to the enemy and betrayed the country, but I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it. At this time, my parents forced me to enter the palace. I didn't want to enter the palace, I liked him. But my parents locked me in the fu and put me under house arrest. I couldn't go out. Later, Jiang Ruan came to see me. You know, I have always been very good to Jiang Ruan. I thought we were friends. Dong Yinger murmured, but how did she answer me? Dong Yinger's gaze drifted, as if she had returned to that day. The incomparably bright and beautiful young girl looked at her coldly, and the words that came out of her mouth cruelly crushed her hope. Jiang Ruan said, why should I help you? She said, My eldest brother has no interest in you. Whether you like him or not, it has nothing to do with him. Dong Ying'er madly rushed to Zhao Jin in the prison and roared, I knelt down to beg her, but she watched me die and did nothing. If I entered the palace at this age, the rest of my life would be ruined. I treated her as a friend, but how did she repay me? Dong Ying'er sneered, from that day onwards, I saw it clearly. What friends? What friendship? It's all a lie. She's worse than grass. Wuan Mimi saved you because she was benevolent. She didn't save you, but you can't blame her. Not everyone in this world is born for you. Why should you run circles around because of her? Zhao Jin looked at her with pity. Can't blame her? Then who should I blame? Dong Ying'er stared at Zhao Jin and suddenly giggled, I forgot that you are also the one I should blame. Zhao Jin, you clearly know that I like him. You clearly know. But how did you do it? When I entered the palace, you were like a dove occupying a magpie's nest. Anyone can stand by Jiang Xing's side, but it can't be you. What do you mean by a dove occupying a magpie's nest? Zhao Jin didn't get angry but laughed. She was used to being careless and was more tolerant towards people she was familiar with. Now that she heard Dong Ying'er's words were getting more and more excessive, she naturally couldn't bear it and immediately retorted, You like him, but have you ever told him? If you haven't, then it's because of you. If you have, and he didn't choose you in the end, then it's because he doesn't like you. What does it have to do with me? You say that I am a dove occupying a magpie's nest? What have you done for him? I also personally went to the border to rescue him from the hands of the enemy. Of course, matters of the heart naturally have nothing to do with giving or not giving, but you have to know that Jiang Xing chose me, not because I forced him, but because he chose me. He has me in his heart, and I have him in my heart. Feelings are a matter of two people. What right do you have to feel that I'm sorry? What right do you have to criticize him? Shut up. Dong Ying'er roared violently. Perhaps it was because she was angry, or perhaps it was because of something else. She actually couldn't refute Zhao Jin's words at all. Indeed, feelings were a matter of two people. The person Jiang Xing liked was Zhao Jin, not her. Dong Ying'er understood this better than anyone, but she wasn't willing to believe this. How could Jiang Xing be like this? After stirring up a pool of spring water, he irresponsibly left on his own and flew away with his lover. What did that make her? If it weren't for Jiang Xing, she wouldn't have broken off the engagement and naturally wouldn't have entered the palace. Wouldn't her current life be completely different? No matter what, it would have been much better than it was now. It wasn't like now. Although she looked beautiful, she was actually a puddle of black mud that had long since rotted and stinked. Dong Ying'er was just unwilling to accept that Jiang Xing could still live his own life after ruining her life. People were always like this. Once they fell into a quagmire, they would always hope that the people around them would also fall into the quagmire. It was always better than being alone. She knew that she shouldn't hate Zhao Jin, shouldn't hate Jiang Xing, but she had to maintain her own life in a huge hatred. If she didn't have the support of this hatred, she would die. Dong Ying'er laughed coldly as she looked at Zhao Jin. Is that so? You are very proud. I don't know what methods Jiang Xing will think of to save you now that you are in prison. However, that is exactly what I want to see. This matter isn't over yet. Isn't your love stronger than gold, and a friend in need is a friend indeed? This time, I actually hope that you can fulfill your wish and drag Jiang Xing down with you. That is also something I would be happy to see. What do you want to do? Zhao Jin asked warily. What do I want to do? Dong Ying'er laughed lightly. Zhao Jin, you owe me, so you have to repay me eventually. This time, I will not be lenient. After saying this, she ignored Zhao Jin's questioning and slowly walked out of the prison cell. Dong Ying'er had just walked out of the prison cell when she saw Lin Zixiang and Wen Fei hurriedly walking over with baskets in their hands. They were probably also here to see Zhao Jin. When Wen Fei saw Dong Ying'er, she immediately called out, "Ying'er." However, Lin Zixiang immediately pulled on Wen Fei's sleeve and glared at her before looking at Dong Ying'er without saying a word. Lin Zixiang was a person who would show all her emotions on her face. Even after so many years, her temperament had not changed. Even now, it was still the same. Seeing this, Dong Ying'er smiled slightly and took the initiative to say, "Zixiang, Fei. What are you here for?" Lin Zixiang asked coldly. She had a very sensitive intuition when looking at people. She could almost rely on her intuition to see if a person was good or bad. Some people's hearts were like colored glass, so they could accurately see through people. This was why many children could tell who had enmity towards them with a single glance. Lin Zixiang's mind was pure and was as clear as a child's love and hate. She firmly believed that Dong Ying'er was already a bad person and would not think that she came to see Zhao Jin for any good reason. "I came to see Zhao Jin." Dong Ying'er did not mind at all and only said, "I did not think that such a thing would happen to the Zhao family. I am also very sad in my heart." Lin Zixiang harumphed, "Hypocrite." Wen Fei hurriedly pinched Lin Zixiang's arm. After she got married, she did not have many opportunities to go out, much less enter the palace. Thus, she did not know that the relationship between Dong Ying'er and the others had become so bad. She only thought that there was some misunderstanding. Lin Zixiang's words had always offended people easily, so she reminded her. She then looked at Dong Ying'er and said with a smile, "Since that's the case, we will go in first." Lin Zixiang shook off Wen Fei's hand and walked in on her own. Wen Fei smiled apologetically at Dong Ying'er. Dong Ying'er did not mind and left with the palace maids. Wen Fei stood on the spot with a suspicious expression. Although she did not know what had happened, she still felt that Dong Ying'er's entire person had become very strange. It was as if she had become a stranger. It was clearly the same appearance, but on her body, she could not find a trace of the past. She appeared to be inexplicably gloomy. Shaking her head, Wen Fei shook off the strange thoughts in her mind and hurriedly walked in. She had just walked to the last cell where Zhao Jin was locked up alone when she heard Lin Zixiang's surprised voice, "What did you say?" Wen Fei was stunned and walked over curiously. She only heard Zhao Jin's slightly tired voice say, "I did not think that she would hate me so much, nor did I think that she would use such a vicious method. It's fine if I die, but I cannot implicate my family." "What do you want to do?" Lin Zixiang asked solemnly. Zhao Jin laughed bitterly, "Now that things have come to this, I more or less understand it in my heart. I do not know how father and mother are now. Zixiang, help me ask around. If there is really no other way, I can only bear this crime alone." Chapter 246. The matter of the emperor's death was originally strange. Although the palace had blocked the news of this matter to prevent the common people from panicking, there were so many civil and military officials. The secret this time in the palace was too big. Even if they wanted to hide it, they couldn't. All the colleagues in the court were well aware of this matter, but they did not say it out loud. Qi Feng stood in the courtyard, playing with a paperweight in his hand. Mo Tsong asked curiously, "What the hell is Xianli doing? He went through so much trouble just to get involved with Zhao Jin. Isn't he making a fuss over a minor issue?" Mo Tsong and Xiao were on the same side. Naturally, they knew that the people who were against them were Xianli's people. There was no doubt that the death of the emperor was related to Xianli. Originally, everyone thought that Xianli wanted nothing more than to justify the death of the emperor due to illness. Who knew that there would be this incident of poisoning? Xianli must have done this deliberately to leave clues, but the purpose of doing this was actually to implicate Zhao Jin. If Zhao Jin's whole family was involved, it would be fine, but this reason was a personal grudge between Zhao Jin and Dong Ying'er. In this way, it had nothing to do with the murder of the emperor. It was just that Zhao Jin wanted to harm Dong Ying'er and accidentally poisoned the emperor. Since it was just to pull out Zhao Jin, why did they need Xianli to make a move? Moreover, Xianli and Zhao Jin had no grudges. Xianli had never been a meddlesome person. As a result, Song was puzzled. That's not the case. Qi Feng shook his head. Xianli never wastes his energy. It's just Zhao Jin. Then, fourth brother, do you mean that there's still a backup plan? Song asked. Of course there is. Qi Feng's voice sank. Zhao Jin's family is the most protective, and Zhao Jin and Jiang Xing are already engaged. They are in the same boat. No matter what, it is not easy for Jiang Xing to get out of it. Of course, the most important thing is that they always have only one purpose. The 13th prince? Song understood a little. Everyone knew that Jiang Yuan had a good relationship with Xian Pei. Jiang Xing and Jiang Yuan were siblings. Naturally, they shared a common enemy. If Jiang Xing could replace Jiang Yuan, it meant that Jiang Xing and Xian Pei had also formed an alliance. As long as Jiang Xing was dragged into this mess, Xian Pei would not be able to escape. I see. Song came to a sudden realization after thinking it through. He hurriedly said, Xianli is incomparably cunning. This matter should be within his calculations. If this is really the case, then he must have already made preparations for the aftermath. Fourth brother, you and third brother should have already come up with a countermeasure. Why don't you tell us? Song had always trusted Xiao Xiao and Qi Feng. Qi Feng was in charge of the 100 Zhang Tower while Xiao Xiao led the genie guards. They had always cooperated very well. Even though the opponent they were facing was cunning, and everyone in the Mo family, including Old Master Mo, was frowning, Song was not worried at all. Even if the sky collapsed, there were still a few fellow disciples to hold it up. Nothing bad would happen. Qi Feng glanced at him and smiled, I won't tell you. Song was discouraged, fourth brother, in any case, we are fellow disciples, you just need to know your place in the court. At the same time, comfort your old master. Don't be dazzled by the current situation in the court. It is good to be neutral, but a wise man submits to circumstances. Between the 8th prince and the 13th prince, who has a greater chance of winning, I don't need to tell you. Instead of talking to me here, it is better to persuade your old master. You are also a member of the Mo family. Don't ignore the affairs of the residents all day long. Qi Feng simply taught Mo Kong. Although Song was intelligent, he was still young and had entered the sect later than his fellow apprentices. He had a playful personality and was like a child. What he hated most was being lectured by others. After listening to Qi Feng's words, he suddenly felt a headache and quickly said, Stop, stop. Fourth brother, don't say any more. I won't ask any more, okay? He glanced outside. Xiao Xiao had been busy these days and was not in the residence at all. He came several times but did not see him. Song said, Is third brother still worried about third sister-in-law? There is no news at all. Qi Feng's eyes darkened. After a while, he shook his head and said, No. At the beginning, this plan was decided by Jiang Yuan. No matter how unwilling he was, he also understood that this was the best way. Later, he thought that in order not to alert the enemy, it was better to let the genie guards secretly investigate. But until now, they had not found where the person was. Even Qi Feng had a trace of worry in his heart. But he also knew that Xiao Xiao's worries were much greater than his. At this point, he could only continue to persevere. He could only hope that the death of the emperor was a prelude to make Xianli move faster. In that case, the plan could be carried out smoothly. In the dungeon, Zhao Jin looked at Lin Zixiang who came to visit and asked anxiously, How is it? Lin Zixiang's face was a little ugly. Your father was sent to the Ministry of Justice for interrogation. This is not a trivial matter. The emperor's affairs are sensitive, and now your Zhao family is in big trouble. The Zhao family has now been sealed. I asked my father to plead with the Empress Dowager, but it was useless. I'm sorry, Zhao Jin. Lin Zixiang was very sad. She really wanted to help Zhao Jin, but her father was just a chief clerk with a false reputation and no real power. Normally, he would only be able to move his lips and nothing more. How could he really influence the decision of someone in a higher position? Seeing this, Zhao Jin comforted her instead. It's not your fault. This time, the matter was too big. By the way, Zixiang, what did my father say? Did you tell my father to push all the blame on me? Zhao Jin had already seen clearly that since this matter was ultimately a decision made by Dong Yinger against her, as long as she died, everything would not matter. In any case, the whole Zhao family could not be involved. If she only admitted that it was her fault, then it would be her fault for wanting to murder Dong Yinger, but in the end, she mistakenly killed the emperor. At least the Zhao family could withdraw and save their lives. However, if the entire Zhao family was implicated, then the entire household would be charged with the crime of plotting to murder the emperor. Lin Zixiang was silent for a while before shaking her head. Your father and your two brothers love you so much. How could they let you bear all the responsibility alone? You clearly know that this is impossible. Actually, as long as the two young masters of the Zhao family and Lord Zhao said that they did not know anything about this matter, they could extricate themselves from it. After all, the Zhao family did not seem to have any reason to harm the emperor. Furthermore, the matter could be considered as having irrefutable evidence. Who knew that Lord Zhao and the two young masters of the Zhao family would be so stubborn? They had spoiled Zhao Jin since she was young, so how could they just stand by and watch? Not only did they not want to push everything onto Zhao Jin's head to protect themselves, they even desperately cried out for Zhao Jin's innocence. They said that Zhao Jin would definitely not send the poisonous ginseng into the palace and that Dong Yinger would not murder her. This was definitely a false accusation and someone had set it up. This was already a sensitive time, so crying out for innocence was a great taboo for the Ministry of Justice. It immediately made the situation that had eased up even more tense. When Zhao Jin heard this, she was dumbfounded. Then, she laughed bitterly. In the end, I am the one who has caused them trouble. Lin Zixiang also sighed. As a daughter, at least your father is willing to protect you. When Ruan Mimi was imprisoned, she did not continue. The relationship between Jiang Ruan and Jiang Quan had never been good. That cold-hearted man could not wait to hit her when she was down and said that he would risk his life to protect her. The fate between people was so different. However, Lord Zhao's protectiveness might not necessarily be a good thing. You can go back. Zhao Jin said tiredly, I will think about it. What do you want to think about? Lin Zixiang cautiously asked, don't do anything stupid. Don't act like you're trying to commit suicide in prison. This kind of thing was not rare. In order to protect one's family, one person would take all the blame and commit suicide in prison. Zhao Jin smiled, what can I do to commit suicide? This place is very strict with me. Besides, even if I commit suicide, my father and brothers may not be released. At least, we have to wait until the truth comes to light. Don't worry. Lin Zixiang thought about it again. Now, if Zhao Jin really committed suicide to escape punishment, it would not be good. With her character of protecting her family, she would not do such an inconsiderate thing. She immediately nodded, okay, then you be more careful. Zhao Jin nodded. After Lin Zixiang left, she rubbed her forehead, turned around and sat against the wall. The ground was wet with straw, and there were even mice in the night. In all her years, this was the first time she had been imprisoned. Thinking that Jiang Ruan had also been to the celestial prison, she could not help but laugh at herself. She admired Jiang Ruan very much. Although she did not know martial arts, in all kinds of conspiracies, no matter how dangerous the situation was, she was able to escape unscathed. She seemed to be very smart and could always beat her at her own game. When she had first entered the celestial prison, she was probably not as miserable as she was now. She must have been quietly waiting, like a beast quietly lurking, waiting for an opportunity to move and catch all her prey in one fell swoop. However, she did not have Jiang Ruan's ability. She knew that Dong Ying'er had harmed her, but there was nothing she could do. Moreover, if she was not careful, her family would also be dragged down. Zhao Jin took a deep breath and looked at the pendant on her waist. It was a half-moon-shaped piece of amber that Jiang Xing had given her. It had originally been a necklace, but Zhao Jin had eventually made it into a pendant. This matter had arisen because of Jiang Xing. If not for Jiang Xing, Dong Ying'er probably would not have hated her so much. Now that she had to make this decision, if she had to say who she had let down, apart from her own family, the person she had let down the most was probably Jiang Xing. But she did not regret it. Zhao Jin closed her eyes and suddenly said, "Little brother, little brother." She was calling for the jailer. Because of Jiang Xing's special care, the jailer treated her quite well. Hearing this, a jailer walked over and asked, "What's the matter?" "I want to write a letter of apology," Zhao Jin said. Things in the world were usually ever-changing. Before Zhao Jin's letter of apology could be sent out, there was an unforeseen event in the palace. The cause was that someone found the same poison in the old ginseng that Zhao Jin had sent into the palace in Mu Shiro's bedroom. Mu Shiro and Zhao Jin had nothing to do with each other, so there was more to this than meets the eye. Someone searched Mu Shiro's bedroom and found a seal. With this seal, the guards in the palace could be mobilized at will, and it was very convenient to move around the palace. This seal was none other than the 13th prince, Xian Pei's. This matter caused an uproar in the court. The 13th prince was still young, so it was a bit far-fetched to say that he had some kind of relationship with Mu Shiro. But why would Mu Shiro's things be in Xian Pei's hands? There was only one reason: Mu Shiro was Xian Pei's person to begin with. Then, they found many suspicious points in Mu Shiro's bedroom. In a place like the palace, once there were suspicions, there was no need to worry about not being able to find anything. Although Mu Shiro's flaw was small, it was still discovered. As a result, almost everyone was certain that Mu Shiro was Xian Pei's person. Mu Shiro was Xian Pei's person, and Mu Shiro was related to the 13th prince. Then why did Zhao Jin come to deliver something to Dong Ying'er and inadvertently poison the emperor? This matter was a mess, and almost no one could figure out what was going on, making it even more confusing. But at this time, someone stood up and said that she knew the truth and wanted to defend the emperor. This person was the 13th prince, Xian Pei's personal palace maid, Chao Yang. Chao Yang knelt in front of Empress Dowager Ida and kowtowed. "This servant knows what is going on. Mu Jiaoyi was originally His Highness's person. His Highness wanted to seize the throne, so he gave Mu Jiaoyi poison and let her take the opportunity to poison His Majesty's medicine. However, Mu Jiaoyi rarely served His Majesty and was always protected by Dong Shui. There was no chance to do so." Chao Yang paused and looked at Empress Dowager Ida before continuing timidly, then it was because of Hong and Junju. Hong and Junju and His Highness have long formed an alliance, but now that Hong and Junju's life is uncertain and His Highness urgently needs to act, Hong and Junju's brother, General Jiang, thought of a way. General Jiang's fiancée is Miss Xiao, and Miss Xiao and Dong Shui are close friends. He wanted to use this opportunity to send 2 old ginseng. Dong Shui wholeheartedly cares about His Majesty and will certainly be reluctant to give up the 2,000-year-old ginseng. He will send the ginseng to the medicinal cuisine together with His Majesty's medicine. Chao Yang kowtowed and said with a fearful expression, "After this servant knew about this, I felt very uneasy. However, this servant's words carry little weight, and I was afraid that no one would believe me. So I hid it, thinking that perhaps they wouldn't be so bold. I didn't think that it would really happen. This servant has been living in fear day and night, and now I can't bear it anymore." Empress Dowager, that Miss Xiao was also used. In fact, the one who really wanted to kill His Majesty was General Jiang, no, His Highness. Chao Yang finished speaking in one breath and kowtowed several times on the ground until blood began to seep out of his forehead. Xian Pei and Xian Li were both standing there. When Xian Li heard this, the shock on his face did not diminish. He looked at Xian Pei and said, 13th younger brother, you. Did you really do it? 8th brother really hurts my heart, Xian Pei said unhurriedly. We are blood brothers, but you would rather believe a lowly palace maid and start suspecting me. Naturally, this matter was not done by me. Empress Dowager Ida did not say anything, only silently looking at the two of them. Inside the room, Mushiro's expression was surprisingly calm. The imperial guards outside were all waiting to the side, waiting for the order to take Mushiro down. No matter what, there was no doubt that the same poison as the one in the old ginseng had been found in her bedroom. Just based on this, Mushiro could forget about escaping from this matter. Empress Dowager, this servant's words are absolutely true. This servant did not speak nonsense. This matter concerns His Majesty's life and death. Even if this servant had 100 times more courage, this servant would not dare to speak nonsense. Chao Yang kowtowed again and again. This servant has now spoken the truth. I no longer hope to live, but only hope to have peace of mind. When I go to the underworld, I will have the face-to-face father and mother. She first said that she was ready to die. When a person was about to die, their words were also kind. This was a convincing reason. Dong Yinger stood to the side, covering her mouth. Her expression was distressed and uneasy. She only muttered, how could it be like this, how could it be like this? She suddenly looked angrily at Xian Pei. His Majesty was so good to you, why did you harm His Majesty like this? 13th Prince, your heart is simply like a snake or scorpion. Xian Pei laughed. In the face of all the evidence against him, he actually looked very calm. That's right, Dong Xiu-yi. Imperial father was so good to me, why would I harm him? How could you listen to the nonsense of a little palace maid? She is your personal palace maid. Dong Yinger said, why would she frame you for no reason? That's right. I also want to know. Why would she frame me for no reason? Xian Pei smiled as he looked at Chao Yang kneeling on the ground. Chao Yang was usually smart and clever. She had face in front of Xian Pei, so everyone in the palace knew that she was Xian Pei's chief palace maid. At this moment, Xian Pei casually asked, Chao Yang, this prince also wants to ask. This prince has always treated you well. Why would you frame this prince? I'm not framing your highness, I'm not framing your highness. Chao Yang shrank back in fear, as if he was extremely afraid of Xian Pei. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that his fear was fake and not very real. However, no one saw the look in her eyes. Their attention was attracted by Chao Yang's words. Chao Yang said, Your Highness, you want to seize the throne, but you can't kill His Majesty. That would be akin to killing a father and a king. This servant is too scared, this servant is too scared, huh? Xian Pei laughed with interest. That's strange. I am Imperial Father's son. Perhaps Imperial Father will hand over the world to me in the future. It's mine to begin with, so why would I want to take it away? His words had a profound meaning. Xian Li's eyes flashed and Empress Dowager Ida frowned. Xian Pei continued, of course, Imperial Father may hand over the world to 8th brother. However, little Chao Yang, he smiled brightly, Imperial Father has never revealed who he wants to hand over the world to. I do not know and 8th brother does not know. Do you know? Chao Yang was stunned. She looked at Xian Pei with shock and fear. That delicate youth's smile was bright and beautiful. He looked like an elegant young master casually riding a horse. It was originally the warmest smile, but at this moment, there was a deep and bottomless coldness that chilled one's heart. Xian Pei said, Chao Yang, are you saying that Imperial Father already wants to hand over the world to 8th brother? I was unwilling to accept this, so I committed the crime of regicide. This prince wants to know how you know Imperial Father's decision. Then where is the Imperial edict that Imperial Father wants to appoint 8th brother? Since you know, then don't hide it. Take it out and let me see. Ming Yu, who was waiting at the side, could not help but laugh silently. Xian Pei's serious mockery was sometimes very refreshing to watch. But she was on Xian Pei's side. Naturally, it was refreshing to watch, but not so refreshing. Xian Li's expression changed slightly. Qiao Yang could not help but tremble. She knew how terrifying the youth in front of her was. Even though Qiao Yang had always emphasized to Xian Li that Xian Pei was not as harmless as he appeared to be, she always felt that this youth was still hiding many things. What she saw now was what Xian Pei wanted her to see. She knew that Xian Pei was a scheming person. But Xian Pei must have even more scheming that she had not discovered. She already felt the pressure. Xian Pei's gaze on her made Qiao Yang feel cold all over. She should not have such a feeling. She was the most outstanding assassin, but what she probed was the human heart. She was a dead chess piece that Xian Li had cultivated. Once a chess piece was sent out, it was only to move the overall situation. There was no possibility of survival. A chess piece that was prepared to die, naturally, there was nothing in the world that could make her feel afraid. But Xian Pei's gaze made Qiao Yang feel afraid. Qiao Yang did not know what kind of feeling this was. She stayed by Xian Pei's side and did her best to be a timid palace maid. Because she had grown up with a special master, she gradually became more daring. Qiao Yang completely immersed herself in this, as if she was just an ordinary palace maid. She was the most outstanding assassin, and she used her heart to seek the final stab. She believed that she did not reveal any flaws. Now, as long as her accusation caused Xian Pei to have the slightest suspicion, it would not matter whether there was evidence or not. If Xian Pei did not refute, in the future, on the path to the throne, he would have a reason to condemn him. He would lose a large portion of the people's hearts. If he refuted, Xian Li would have 10,000 ways to start a war. In this way, Xian Pei would be accused of treason. No matter which one it was, Xian Pei was facing a dead end. Mingyu looked up at Xian Pei again. Xian Pei had a smile on his lips, and there was not a trace of surprise on his face. Qiao Yang carefully recalled, not letting go of any small expression on Xian Pei's face, hoping to find panic or other emotions. But unfortunately, she suddenly discovered that from the moment she revealed that Xian Pei had killed his father until now, Xian Pei had not revealed the slightest hint of surprise. Even if it was an act, even if he was forcing himself to be calm, this kind of emotion was too natural. Could it be that he had already expected all this? Qiao Yang secretly shook her head in her heart. That was impossible. Just now, Mu Shiro's face revealed a trace of panic. That expression could not be faked. Since Mu Shiro did not expect this, how could Xian Pei know? This young man was probably used to hiding it. Xian Li took a step forward, looked at Empress Dowager Ida and asked, "Imperial Grandmother, what should we do now?" He looked at Xian Pei awkwardly. 13th brother is young, naturally he would not do such a thing. I'm afraid there is something fishy about it. But if we ignore this matter now, I'm afraid. Saying that Xian Pei was young meant that Xian Pei might have been bewitched by someone else. Everyone was well aware of who this person was. Naturally, it was Jiang Xing, who had been implicated. Empress Dowager Ida's gaze swept over everyone present. Finally, her gaze fell on the calm Xian Pei. She suddenly waved her hand and said in a low voice, "Put Jiang Xing and Mu Shiro in the dungeon for interrogation. As for the rest, investigate." She did not imprison Xian Pei, indicating that she still had a glimmer of hope. In fact, even if there was evidence pointing to Xian Pei, unless the evidence was conclusive and could immediately convict him, Empress Dowager Ida would not easily touch Xian Pei. Because right now, both inside and outside the court were in chaos. If this matter was exposed, the great Jin dynasty would not be stable. No matter what happened within the court, the external threat was more important. Empress Dowager Ida had sat in a high position all her life. She naturally knew that the people of southern border were restless, waiting for this chaotic opportunity. How could she let them take advantage of it? Xian Li glanced at Qiao Yang, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked, "This servant girl, lock her up as well." Empress Dowager Ida said coldly. She got up and walked away. She did not say anything, not even expressing her stance on Xian Pei's matter. This was already very unusual. But Empress Dowager Ida usually did not have any set rules, and no one could guess her thoughts. Compared to guessing Empress Dowager Ida's thoughts, everyone was more willing to watch Xian Pei's show. Xian Li walked to Xian Pei's side and sighed. 13th brother, you are really unlucky. On the surface, he had the expression of a good elder brother fighting for his younger brother. From afar, it really looked like a scene of deep brotherly love. However, there was a hint of provocation in his words, as if he was mocking a loser. Although Empress Dowager Ida did not express her stance on Xian Pei's matter, Xian Pei would probably be under house arrest in the future. This was not a good thing for a prince. Once he was under house arrest, he could only communicate with the court officials and knew nothing about the outside world. During the days of house arrest, the outside world could undergo earth-shaking changes. Becoming a deaf, blind, and crippled person in the palace was too passive. Why does 8th brother say that? Xian Pei asked curiously. My luck has always been good. At first, I thought my days were over. I didn't expect Imperial Father to think highly of me. He smiled slightly. Master Huiju read my fortune and said that my life is a path of happiness after suffering. Until the end, no one knows what my luck will be like. Maybe in a few days, I will be in the pink of misfortune. Xian Pei did not take Xian Li's words to heart. It seemed that he was deliberately provoking Xian Li. Xian Pei's ability to anger people to death was never to be underestimated. Even the patient Xian Li's eyes flashed with anger, but he quickly calmed down. He also smiled. If that's the case, then I wish 13th brother good luck. There was not only one person in the palace who was worried about this. Even Lu Min, who had been silent for a long time, was deeply worried. Feelings for Jiang Ruan were a taboo. On the day she married someone else, Lu Min knew that he and this woman were not fated to be together in this life. He longed for Jiang Ruan to live well, but when he saw her and Xiao Xiao's deep love for each other, his heart ached. However, Lu Min was a person who restrained himself. He knew that since he could not obtain it, it was also good to forget. Lu Min knew that Jiang Ruan and Xian Pei had always had a good relationship. Since the emperor appointed him to be Xian Pei's tutor, Lu Min had been doing his best to teach him everything he knew. Originally, when he was the crown prince's tutor, the crown prince was ignorant and incompetent. Indeed, he did not know much about literature, which made it difficult for Lu Min to deal with him. However, the 13th prince, Xian Pei, was different. At first, because of his relationship with Jiang Ruan, Lu Min saw him in a different light. Later, in the process of getting along with him, Lu Min felt that this youth had unique views and a strange way of thinking. When it came to political affairs, although he was a prince, he was able to look at problems from the bottom to the top. Moreover, he did not have the impetuous youths, and was steady and thoughtful in handling matters. He was truly a genius. The emperor had asked him to teach Xian Pei, and Lu Min had always thought that it was to pave the way for Xian Pei's future. He and Xian Pei had a relationship like a scout and a 1,000-li steed. In his life, he only had 2 students, one mediocre and incompetent, and the other a genius with good luck. Any teacher would cherish a talented person, let alone someone like Lu Min. He sighed, but now that the emperor had passed away, the court was like a group of dragons without a head. He was a scholar, so he could not go into battle to kill the enemy, nor could he influence the overall situation like the prime ministers and ministers. Moreover, he could not do anything for Jiang Xing when Jiang Ruan's life was uncertain. Lu Min suddenly felt a sense of sorrow. He sighed and said, "A useless scholar." "What are you talking about?" A pair of hands patted his shoulder. Lu Min turned his head and found that it was Imo Kong. When he was in the Imperial College, Imo Tsong had extended a helping hand to him. Later, they entered the rankings together. However, the Imo family had power, while he had climbed up step by step with his own ability. The two of them actually did not have much interaction. Now that he saw Imo Tsong, he was stunned. Great Zhuang Yuan, don't belittle yourself. How many scholars in the Great Jin dynasty look up to you as an example, hoping to become a Zhuang Yuan when they come back? If you say that, aren't you harming the hearts of scholars? How will you do the imperial examinations in the future? Mo Tsong jokingly said. Lu Min shook his head, so what if I'm an official? I still can't do anything. I used to think that I could change the world with my own strength, but now it seems that it was just a fool's talk. Mo Tsong glanced at him, you are really a strange person. When you were being pushed aside in the academy, you were very virtuous and virtuous. Why did you enter the court and become an official, and after being flattered by so many people, instead become cynical? He shook his head. Originally, I was hoping that you would help third sister-in-law, but now it seems that I have to reconsider. Third sister-in-law? Lu Min was startled. He suddenly remembered that the person in front of him had a close relationship with Jiang Ruan's husband, Xiao Xiao. His heart beat a little faster, and he hesitantly asked, Hong Jining Wangfei? Lu Min secretly thought that the outsiders were right. This person had been coveting his third brother's backyard for a long time. However, he still clapped his hands and said, exactly. Chapter 247. Exactly. Mo Tsong waved his fan. Little Worm's fan pendant was vivid and lifelike, full of interest. He casually said as if he was just chatting, you are the 13th prince's tutor, and third sister-in-law and the 13th prince have always been close, so third sister-in-law asked you to help 13th prince. Even for 13th Highness's sake, you won't refuse. Lu Min was shocked. Jiang Yuan had helped him before, but because of his lack of manners, the two of them were even more distant than strangers. In this world, there was no such thing as helping someone without a reason. Lu Min had always been clear that Jiang Yuan must have had a reason for helping him. Then, was this the reason now? He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked, has Jining Princess been found? No. Mo Tsong shook his head, 13th Highness is currently unable to get away. The situation outside is chaotic, and the entire court is not calm. This was what third sister-in-law had expected before the accident. She even predicted that something would happen to her. Before the accident, she had instructed me that if anything were to happen, I must come to Grand Tutor for help. Lu Min's heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. Jiang Yuan trusted him so much. What he was about to do now must be very important. Jiang Yuan trusted him so much. Lu Min was a man of principle. Even though he was an official in the imperial court, he had never gone against his principles. Therefore, everyone in the court knew that he was the most upright. But Lu Min had known a long time ago that Jiang Yuan was not a good person. Some of her methods were even very sinister. What he was doing now was probably not something honorable. But that hesitation only lasted for a short moment. Soon, Lu Min said, okay. This time, it was Mo Tsong's turn to be surprised. Today, he had been entrusted to find Lu Min. In fact, he was uncertain because everyone knew that Lu Min's temper in the court was the most stubborn. Even though he knew that Lu Min had an unusual affection for Jiang Yuan, Lu Min was not a person who would betray his principles because of personal feelings. Mo Tsong had planned a long speech to persuade Lu Min. He did not expect Lu Min to agree so easily, which surprised him. Then he hesitated for a moment and asked with a smile, Grand Tutor Lu, don't lie to me. Is your answer sincere? I know what you're worried about. Lu Min looked at him and said, I'm serious about this. Why? Mo Tsong also put away the playful expression on her face and said, with your character, you won't agree so easily. I will repay your kindness, Lu Min said faintly. Mo Tsong looked at him thoughtfully. After a long time, he seemed to understand the meaning behind Lu Min's words. After a long time, he nodded and said, all right, I believe you. It's just that there are too many people in the palace. Tonight, I'll take you to see someone. After saying this, Mo Tsong patted Lu Min's shoulder comfortingly, turned around, and left without stopping. From an outsider's point of view, it looked like Emo Tsong had run into the desolate Lu Min on the road, and had gone over to comfort him out of their friendship as schoolmates. A long time after Emo Tsong left, Lu Min looked at his palm in a daze. What could it be that she needed his help with? He knew of Jiang Ruan's abilities, and the current situation was disadvantageous to Jiang Ruan's side. Could she really turn the tide? And the hands she wanted to borrow were his own. As an incompetent scholar, could he really do it? Lu Min slowly clenched his fists, and the dazed look in his eyes gradually began to fade. His expression became more resolute. No matter what, he had to try. That night, Lu Min changed into a brown coarse hemp robe. Usually, besides his official robes, he wore clothes that his mother had personally made. After all, they were more exquisite and presentable. Now that he was wearing a hemp robe, it was as if he had returned to the time when he was still a scholar from a poor family. His heart was filled with emotions. Compared to other people, who had many pairs of eyes staring at them from outside the Fu, Lu Min was extremely safe. Firstly, he was a grand tutor, and did not have any real power. Secondly, his temperament was obvious to all, and it was impossible for him to collude with anyone. Such a person was a loner, and there was nothing to be threatened about him. Lu Min went out on his own, and there was nothing worth following. He arrived at a remote tavern. There was a back hall in the tavern, and on the second floor of the back hall, there was a single room. When he walked to the door, he saw Emo Tsong waiting outside. His eyes brightened, and he said, "You've come. All right, go in." Lu Min did not know who was inside, and Emo Tsong pushed him in. Emo Tsong said, "Third brother, fourth brother, the person has arrived. I'll go out first." Then, he pulled on Lu Min's sleeve, and without waiting for Lu Min to say anything, he closed the door. Lu Min then looked up at the person sitting in the room. The room could not be considered spacious, but it was not small either. It looked like an ordinary guest room in a tavern. There was one person sitting at the table, and another person standing by the window. The person sitting in front of the table was dressed in a luxurious purple robe. He had a handsome face and looked somewhat familiar, but Lu Min could not recall where he had seen him before. When the person saw him looking over, he stood up and greeted Lu Min, "Grand Tutor Lu." When he made this proper gesture, Lu Min remembered that this person was also a colleague in the court. His name was Chi Feng, and his rank was mediocre. He did not enter the palace for many years, and Lu Min did not see him often. Moreover, Chi Feng used to always have a small beard, which looked quite unique. Who knew that his beard had been cut, and Lu Min did not recognize him. He also returned the greeting and said, "Chi Darren." Then, he looked at the person in front of the window. Lu Min was very familiar with this person. He was only wearing a black and gold brocade robe, and his posture was tall and straight. He was leaning against the window and playing with a dagger in his hand. His facial features were beautiful beyond compare. If it was not Xiao Xiao, who else could it be? Lu Min suddenly remembered some old things. He had also seen Xiao Xiao before. When he first entered the court as an official, he had already heard all kinds of Xiao Xiao's deeds from the mouths of the people. Naturally, he knew that this Jinying Wang Fu was a house of rebels and traitors. Later, when he saw that Jiang Yuan and Xiao Xiao had a dispute, he had tried to persuade Jiang Yuan, hoping that she would not throw herself into it. In fact, in the end, his words did not have any effect. Even at that time, it was already clear that the relationship between Jiang Yuan and Xiao Xiao was not shallow. He was afraid that they had already known each other for a long time. Regarding Xiao Xiao, Lu Min had always had a complicated feeling. He knew that the emperor trusted this person, but he had some doubts about this person. However, later, when he saw that Xiao Xiao treated Jiang Yuan with sincerity and care, it seemed that those unreconciled feelings had slowly dissipated. But even so, in front of this young man, he still gave birth to a kind of embarrassment. It was the embarrassment of facing a winner. Xiao Xiao did not look at Lu Min. He concentrated on playing with the dagger in his hand, as if there was only one thing in front of him. But when he looked carefully, he felt that he was not looking at the dagger at all. There was nothing in his eyes. Chi Feng coughed lightly and interrupted Lu Min's gaze. He smiled and said, "Grand Tutor Lu, please sit down." Lu Min withdrew his thoughts. Seeing that Chi Feng did not mean to call Xiao Xiao, he understood that this was just a conversation between the two of them. At least, it was not a face-to-face communication with Xiao Xiao. He did not know why he was relieved. Then he sat down and looked up at the man in purple in front of him. "Did you ask me to come over?" "Yes." Chi Feng smiled slightly. He picked up the teapot on the side and poured a cup of tea for Lu Min. "You don't have to be surprised. I think Emotsong told you before that I asked Grand Tutor Lu to come over. To be honest, I have a request." After a pause, he continued, "And this matter was brought up by the third sister-in-law." Lu Min's expression did not change, but she could not help but be surprised. She was not very familiar with Chi Feng, but she also knew that Chi Feng was as inconspicuous as his official position in the court. Such a person did not even have the power to affect the overall situation. Naturally, he would not enter the eyes of the people who were fighting for the throne. Who knew that Chi Feng's statement not only showed his relationship with Emotsong and Jinying Wangfu, but also revealed a message. This Chi Feng was not a simple person. Such a not simple person was in the court, but there was no movement for many years. He endured being a mediocre official. Was there any purpose in this? Lu Min was not a bookworm. She had heard some usurpation of power in the previous dynasty. She could not help but be a little surprised. Could it be? Did Xiao Xiao want to establish himself as the king? Jinying Wangfu had always been known as a rebel. If he established himself as the king, it would not be a disgrace to this reputation. But if this was really the case, Lu Min had already made up her mind. He would never help the evildoer and become an accomplice to usurp power. Seeing that Lu Min's face was becoming more and more unsightly, Chi Feng seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. He smiled and said, "Grand Tutor Lu, do you know what the current situation is in the court?" Without waiting for Lu Min to speak, he said, "His Majesty passed away suddenly. The Empress Dowager is old. The country cannot be without a ruler for a day. The Master of the World will one day sit on the throne. Now, there are only two princes, the 8th prince and the 13th prince. These two princes are equally matched." Lu Min said coldly, "What do you want to say?" The meaning of Chi Feng's words was clearly to discuss the issue of the great Jin dynasty's ruler. This was treason. Lu Min could almost conclude that what Chi Feng was going to say next must be related to the fight for the throne. Thinking of this, he glanced at Xiao Xiao, who was leaning against the window. He could not help but feel anger rising in his heart. Xiao Xiao thought like this, but he did not think about Jiang Ruan's position. For a beautiful woman to live in this world, it was easy to provoke trouble if she was not careful. At first, because of Xiao Xiao, Jiang Ruan had the reputation of climbing up to a high branch. Now that Xiao Xiao was doing this, did he want that woman to be denounced as a demoness who brought disaster to the country? Since he married someone else, why did he not take good care of her? Why did he ruin her? Chi Feng smiled slightly and said, "I want to know Grand Tutor Lu's opinion. Between the 13th prince and the 8th prince, based on Grand Tutor Lu's vision, who is suitable to be the future crown prince of the great Jin dynasty?" Lu Min said, "This matter is not up to me to comment. How could he be allowed to speak in the royal family's fight for the throne?" What's more, Lu Min was now full of vigilance against Chi Feng. Every word that Chi Feng said, Lu Min had to carefully consider. Grand Tutor Lu is a straightforward person, but with Grand Tutor Lu's status and official position, it is not difficult to be a mediocre person. But in this world, as long as one is talented, who does not hope to achieve great things? As a subject, assisting the emperor is his duty, and it is also a long-cherished wish of a lifetime. Has Grand Tutor Lu not thought of assisting the emperor, accompanying the emperor to see the country become more prosperous day by day, and doing more for the common people? Chi Feng's eloquence had never been bad, especially when it came to admonishing people's ideas. Lu Min was overflowing with talent. Although he was appreciated by the former emperor, the position of Grand Tutor did not have any real power. He could not make decisions regarding the political affairs of the country. When Lu Min first entered the court as an official, it was to rely on his own strength to change the unfairness in his eyes. But now it seemed that he did not achieve his original intention. Qi Feng's words were not so much a promise, but a reminder. He was reminding, never forget the 4 words, have you ever done it? Lu Min said, so what? Let nature take its course. Even if it is His Majesty's decision, it is not something that I can change alone. As for assisting the emperor, no matter where I am, I will worry about the court. Well said. Qi Feng laughed and said, since Grand Tutor Lu has such a mountain in his heart, naturally, you should have an idea. Who is the best person to control the world? Let me ask Grand Tutor Lu, after following 13th Highness as Grand Tutor for so long, do you think 13th Highness is worthy of the great responsibility of the world? Lu Min thought that Qi Feng's words were just to promote Xiao Xiao. Now that he mentioned Xian Pei, he was just waiting for him to say that he was young, and then he would mention Xiao Xiao. In order not to let Qi Feng succeed, Lu Min immediately said, of course, 13th Highness is a dragon among men. He is very clever and has a young demeanor. In the future, he will certainly have a promising future. Very good, Qi Feng exclaimed in admiration, I did not expect Grand Tutor Lu to have the same thoughts as us. Third brother, did you hear that? It's a small world, there are fated people everywhere. Qi Feng said to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao glanced at this side lightly and did not respond to Qi Feng's words. On the other hand, Lu Min was startled when he heard this. He did not expect Qi Feng to say this sentence. Shouldn't he mention Xiao Xiao's matter next? Why did he suddenly say what he wanted to say? Lu Min showed a rare sluggish expression and asked suspiciously, what? As Grand Tutor Lu said, Qi Feng said with a smile, I also think that between the 2 princes, 13th Highness is better. Therefore, I have decided to seek refuge with 13th Highness. I will not let him down in this life and only support him. This was somewhat beyond Lu Min's expectation. He did not know what to say and could only look at Qi Feng in a daze. Qi Feng suddenly changed his expression, but now you and I both know that the 13th prince's position in the palace is really worrying. A few days ago, because of his personal maid's accusation, he was imprisoned. Even General Jiang was innocently implicated. Grand Tutor Lu is a smart person. Even if you don't believe others, you should believe in General Jiang's innocence. These words hit the bottom of Lu Min's heart. If it was Xian Pei, he might not doubt it, but it was absolutely impossible for Jiang Xing to order people to murder the former emperor. When the Great Jin dynasty sent troops to attack Tianjin, how Jiang Xing escaped from death and led the soldiers to fight bravely was obvious to everyone. This young general relied on his own blood and merits to climb up step by step. He fought with his own life. Lu Min was different from other scholars. He did not despise the vulgarity of the generals. Instead, he had a deep admiration for this kind of valiance that he could not achieve. In Lu Min's heart, Jiang Xing was an upright and brave general. It was impossible for such a righteous general to poison the former emperor. Obviously, someone wanted to drag Jiang Xing into the water. The purpose of dragging Jiang Xing into the water was naturally to drag Xian Pei into it. Who in the palace hated Xian Pei the most? Besides Xian Li, who else could it be? Naturally, Xian Li was the mastermind behind the scenes. Because of this, Lu Min actually disliked Xian Li's backstabbing actions. Moreover, he and Xian Pei had a teacher-student relationship. Even if he did not come today, he would still be on Xian Pei's side. I believe in General Jiang. Lu Min said. It was only one sentence, but it showed his attitude. The general's residence belongs to third sister-in-law's eldest brother. We naturally believe in him. Qi Feng smiled and said, but now it seems that Grand Tutor Lu is also on His Highness's side. In other words, Grand Tutor Lu is the same as us. When Lu Min heard this, he was completely clear. It turned out that the purpose of this group of people was not to push Xiao Xiao up. There was only one person they supported, and that was Xian Pei. Now that these people had come, he was very clear about what they were doing. They wanted to pull him into Xian Pei's camp. Lu Min could not help but want to smile bitterly in his heart. What was the use of him expressing his position? What was the use of pulling him into this camp? One had to know that he was just a scholar without the strength to truss a chicken. He was a grand tutor without real power. Even if he personally went to Empress Dowager Ida to plead for Xian Pei, his words would have no weight. Therefore, he was useless. These people spent a lot of effort to pull him in. Wasn't it a waste of effort? I am indeed on His Highness's side, Lu Min said, but no matter which side I stand on, it will be useless. It will not affect the final outcome, so you can only worry too much. If you expect me to change anything, I'm sorry. In the end, Lu Min could not help but look at Xiao Xiao again. On the surface, these words were said to Qi Feng, but it was better to say that they were said to Xiao Xiao. Qi Feng obviously listened to Xiao Xiao. Today, Qi Feng's solicitation was actually Xiao Xiao's intention. Lu Min felt a little awkward in his heart, but what he said was indeed the truth. No, Qi Feng said, you are wrong. Grand Tutor Lu is really belittling himself. Not only are you not useless, on the contrary, you are very useful. Without you, I am afraid this matter will not be successful. If His Highness really controls the country in the future, without you, I am afraid it will be difficult to entrust the great cause. Hearing this, Lu Min could not help but show a trace of surprise. Qi Feng's words could not be said to not shock him, but he really could not think of what else he could do. He could not help but say to Qi Feng, I am just a grand tutor. Before being a grand tutor, you are first a scholar. Qi Feng said solemnly, in this world, everything can be stopped, only the heart and words can be stopped. Before Grand Tutor Lu became a grand tutor, he was a scholar who won the Zhuangyuan. At that time, an article attracted His Majesty's attention, and many scholars in the world regarded you as a role model. You are the benchmark in the hearts of the literati. Perhaps Grand Tutor Lu did not realize it himself. Perhaps the Grand Tutor is nothing in the imperial court, but in the hearts of the literati, you are more important than any prime minister, because you are their example. Lu Min was stunned. No one had ever said such words to him before. When he had studied so hard, he had only wanted to change his situation and change the situation of people like him in the world. But later on, when he had really studied and made a name for himself, he discovered that everything was not as simple as he had imagined. He could change his own life, but there were millions of people in the world. How could he be a savior? He could do nothing but be the teacher of an emperor. But this Qi Feng said that he was the benchmark in the hearts of scholars in the world? How could it be so ridiculous? Just like how a general worships Guangong, there is no Guangong in this world, so naturally they worship the most prestigious person in the court. Grand Tutor Lu, in this great Jin dynasty, there have been many scholars who have won the Zhuangyuan, but none of them have been promoted as fast as you, and you came from a poor family, yet you were recognized by His Majesty. In your eyes, this may not be worthy of praise, but you should know that what you have, some people can't get in their lifetime. What you have is enough to make many people extremely envious. Lu Min did not speak, but his heart gradually began to agree with Qi Feng's words. Qi Feng smiled and suddenly stood up. He bowed respectfully to Lu Min, Grand Tutor Lu, what I want you to do now can greatly change the situation of the country and save countless people. You want to use your own strength as a scholar to change this exquisite chess game. What you want to do is much greater than you think. Are you willing, you? Do you dare? Qi Feng's expression was solemn. Even Lu Min could feel Qi Feng's serious words. His heart could not help but sink slightly. Qi Feng actually bowed so respectfully. It seemed that this matter must be very important. And Qi Feng's words seemed to touch something in Lu Min's heart. When he was a teenager, he also looked forward to one day being full of energy and high spirits. His passion had been worn down day after day on the official road. Now that he had a chance to fulfill the dream of his youth, Lu Min felt a chill run down his spine, but the boiling hot blood beneath his skin was clamoring, almost pointing to an answer. He slowly stood up and returned Qi Feng's salute. He whispered, naturally. Xiao Xiao did not know when he had turned around. His dagger had been put back into his sleeve. At this moment, he stood with his hands behind his back, quietly looking at Lu Min. Qi Feng slowly put his hand into his bosom and took out something. He handed it to Lu Min with both hands without saying anything. Lu Min was slightly startled. When he looked down, he was shocked. This thing, the feeling of tentacles. He slowly opened the thing in his hand with a feeling of disbelief. His hands were still trembling. When he fully opened it and saw the full appearance of the thing in his hand, he could not help but cry out, "How can this be?" He suddenly understood Qi Feng's meaning and why Qi Feng said that he had such great power. Indeed, this thing in other people's hands was not as useful as in his hands. But, how could it be? He looked at Qi Feng and the black-clothed youth standing behind Qi Feng in surprise and suspicion. Neither of them said anything. Qi Feng's eyes were full of trust, while Xiao Xiao's expression was as indifferent as ever, as if nothing in the world could be reflected in his eyes. "Grand Tutor Lu, thank you," Qi Feng said in a deep voice. Lu Min finally came back to his senses after a long time. Finally, he could not help but ask, this matter was arranged by her? This her naturally referred to Princess Jining. Both Xiao Xiao and Qi Feng understood. Xiao Xiao did not speak. Qi Feng smiled helplessly and said, yes. Lu Min closed his eyes. She was really bold. It turned out that all of this was under her control. It seemed that now her life and death were unknown. It should be just a play. She should be safe, she was so smart. Lu Min breathed a sigh of relief. He did not know why, but at this moment, he did not feel deceived at all. He just sighed a little. This woman was so beautiful and had great wisdom in her heart. She quietly played with the whole country in the palm of her hand. It was a pity. Someone else had beaten them to it. Lu Min put away the reverie in his heart. He raised the thing with both hands and nodded to Qi Feng, I will do my best. Thank you. Qi Feng smiled slightly and looked out of the window, it is not convenient to stay here for a long time. Grand Tutor Lu, please go back first. This thing will be left here for the time being. When the time is right, I will naturally hand it over personally. As for the rest of the matter, Grand Tutor Lu is a smart person and knows what to do. I will not interfere. Lu Min nodded slightly again. Qi Feng knocked on the table. Mo Tsong, who had been eavesdropping outside for a long time, immediately broke the door and looked at Lu Min with a smile, it's okay. I will send Grand Tutor Lu downstairs and pick a few secret guards to protect Grand Tutor Lu's safety. After Mo Tsong and Lu Min left, Qi Feng sighed. The confident look on his face suddenly disappeared without a trace. Xiao Xiao walked to the table and sat down. Qi Feng looked at him and said, it's really hard to deal with this person. I was really afraid that he would not agree just now. Even if he pretended to be calm, only Qi Feng himself knew how difficult it was to persuade a stubborn person. He did not expect Lu Min to agree so readily. Qi Feng was also a little surprised. If he did not believe in the character of this Grand Tutor, he would really doubt whether there was any conspiracy in it. Xiao Xiao looked down at the teacup in front of him and did not speak. Qi Feng looked at it and thought for a moment, then suddenly said, are you jealous? Are you jealous? Grand Tutor Lu is so straightforward today because of third sister-in-law. Why? Third sister-in-law, are you not happy? Xiao Xiao was a strong man. Anyone who saw his wife being remembered by a strange man would not feel good, especially a possessive man like Xiao Xiao. After Qi Feng became serious, he could not help but have a mischievous thought. He wanted to tease Xiao Xiao. Who let Xiao Xiao always have a cold face? During this period of time, it was hard for him. You talk too much. Xiao Xiao whispered.
Chapter 248. No matter how big the waves in the capital were, in the courtyard where Jiang Wan was located, not a single whisper could be heard. The mute servant did not know how to speak. Apart from the big white dog that covered her, there was only the flesh and blood in her belly that accompanied her. As the days passed, Jiang Wan could feel that her lower abdomen was slightly bulging. Even if she touched it with her hands, she could still feel the distinct bulge. Nowadays, she wore loose clothes every day. Apart from the mute servant, no one saw her, so she had not been discovered for the time being. However, this was not the way to go on. As time passed, it would become more and more obvious. Moreover, the mute servant was definitely not the only person she would come into contact with. Therefore, the longer the days passed, the more danger she would be in. Completely isolated from the outside world, she had no idea what was going on outside. It was not that Jiang Wan was not anxious. Now, she only wanted to protect the child in her belly. As for other matters, they had to be considered on the basis of ensuring the child's safety. On this day, Jiang Wan had eaten. Even though the mute servant had cooked a little more for the sake of the white dog, and there were more meat and fish, for a person who was pregnant, these things were far from enough. Moreover, Jiang Wan had an old illness in the past, and her body could not compare to others. Therefore, during this period of time, she had become much weaker. She leaned on the soft couch and casually flipped through some specially prepared story books on the table. However, her gaze did not move at all, and she was still thinking about her own matters. Until an unfamiliar voice sounded, "Hong and Junju." Jiang Wan raised her eyes and saw a man in a gray robe standing in front of the door. This man wore a mask on the left side of his face, revealing only half of his cheek. His pair of green fox eyes appeared somewhat strange. If this person was not Yuan Chuan, who else could it be? Jiang Wan was slightly startled. Now that she was pregnant, her reactions had become more and more sluggish. She did not even know when there was an additional person in the room. She did not stand up, but leaned motionlessly on the couch. The wide front hem of her clothes was just enough to completely cover the bulge in her lower abdomen. Yuan Chuan slowly walked in with a smile on his face. Because only half of his face could be seen, it seemed exceptionally strange. He minded his own business and sat down on the wooden chair in front of Jiang Wan. Unruffled and unruffled, he said, "It's been a long time since we last met." Junju has become much more haggard. Since Jiang Wan did not speak, Yuan Chuan continued, "I also saw Xiao Wangya a few days ago, and he seemed to have lost a lot of weight." As expected, husband and wife are of one mind. Yuan Chuan is also very impressed.
Emissary, I'm guessing that you didn't come here today just to tell me these things. Jiang Wan opened her mouth and said, "I wonder what the matter is?" Yuan Chuan smiled. "Princess, you're still as straightforward as ever, but you seem a little anxious." To tell you the truth, Yuan Chuan did not come here today to reminisce about the past, but to tell you something. Jiang Ruan's gaze fell on him, and her tone was very calm. "What's the matter?" Yuan Chuan paused, then unhurriedly said, "General Jiang is in the dungeon, His 13th Highness is under house arrest, and Miss Zhao of the Zhao family, who is already engaged to General Jiang, is now entangled with murder charges." "Oh, that's not right, it's not Miss Zhao, it's the entire Zhao family. Now, they have the reputation of conspiring to murder His Majesty, and I'm afraid that it will be difficult to protect them." Jiang Wan listened quietly, and did not reveal the slightest change in her expression because of Yuan Chuan's words. Seeing this scene, Yuan Chuan's eyes flashed slightly, and he could not help but want to look at Jiang Ruan's expression more carefully. Xianli was about to make his move, and before that, he had to test Jiang Ruan one last time. At this crucial time, it would not be good for Xianli to appear, and the Holy Maiden also had private feelings for Jiang Ruan. Yuan Chuan did not think that Dan Zhen would be able to gain any benefits from tricking Jiang Ruan, so he had no choice but to appear personally. He knew that Jiang Ruan's mind was treacherous and cunning, but after saying all this, Jiang Ruan could not see even the slightest loophole. Yuan Chuan could not help but have some doubts in his heart. One was her own big brother, the other was her bosom friend, and the last one was her future master, who was related to her future. No matter what, Jiang Ruan should not be so indifferent in front of him. However, Jiang Ruan had always known how to control her own emotions, and perhaps now, she was merely pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Envoy, Jiang Ruan opened her mouth as Yuan Chuan's mind flashed. She said, "Now, I should call you the envoy of the southern Xinjiang. Your holy maiden of the southern Xinjiang and I have met once, and from her words, it seems that she wants to occupy the entire land of the great Jin dynasty. Perhaps I should not say that it is wishful thinking, but the southern Xinjiang is only a tiny country. At that time, even when the country was at its strongest, it was still not a match for the Jin dynasty, so why is it so arrogant now?" Jiang Ruan did not respond to Yuan Chuan's words, and instead brought up another matter. Yuan Chuan's expression slightly changed, and he immediately smiled and said, "Could it be that Junju is concerned about my southern Xinjiang? I can't say that I'm concerned, but people always like to watch a bustling scene." Jiang Ruan smiled and said, "I do not know what kind of agreement your esteemed country and 8th Highness have reached, but looking at it now, I do not quite understand. Your esteemed country wholeheartedly wants to overthrow 13th Highness and help 8th Highness ascend to the throne. Could it be that it is only for the sake of others? Forgive me for saying too much, but this 8th Highness of ours is not a person who offers mountains and rivers on a silver platter. In the affairs of the world, there are gains and losses. Naturally, the transaction with 8th Highness has reached an equivalent condition." Yuan Chuan changed the topic of conversation, since the southern Xinjiang and 8th Highness are already allies, and 8th Highness is currently in a good situation, we are naturally overjoyed. But, isn't Junju worried about your eldest brother? Jiang Ruan smiled slightly. My eldest brother has never committed any mistakes. Even if he is temporarily thrown into prison, there will come a day when the truth will be revealed, so why should I worry? She spoke openly, and Yuan Chuan's heart became even more suspicious. Could it be that Jiang Ruan still had some tricks up her sleeve? But he could not think of anything, and his gaze fell on the big white dog that was lying down and napping in the corner of the room. He was also aware that Jiang Ruan had asked the mute servant girl for a dog. At first, he had also wondered if there were any tricks involved, but after observing for a long time, he really did not discover anything. As long as Jiang Ruan left the room, there would be countless people looking at her, so how could she play any tricks? Moreover, she rarely left the room. A woman who could not even leave the room naturally could not stir up any waves. But if Jiang Ruan was really afraid of being alone and had raised a big white dog, he still felt that something was wrong. For the first time, Yuan Chuan felt a headache coming on. He suddenly realized that the women of the great Jin dynasty had more treacherous thoughts than the women of the southern Xinjiang, and were extremely difficult to fathom. Especially Jiang Ruan, who was even more so. He casually said, "Junju, could it be that you are deceiving me? If you are truly calm, why did you not feed the dog wholeheartedly, and it has become much thinner?" The big white dog looked lean, and Jiang Ruan was slightly startled. Every day, she borrowed the name of the big white dog to eat, but the growth of a beast would always be directly reflected. This dog had probably been fed too well in the past, and now, in just a short period of time, it actually looked very thin and bony. At a glance, one could see that it was somewhat strange. She did not speak, and such silence fell into Yuan Chuan's eyes. He felt somewhat relieved in his heart. He thought that Jiang Ruan must have been deliberately bluffing. Now that the overall situation had been decided, it would be difficult to change the situation. Since this was the case, he could tell Xian Li to immediately take action. There was no time to lose. Yuan Chuan's mood suddenly became a little better. He looked at Jiang Ruan. This woman had always been a thorn in the Holy Maiden's heart. As the Holy Maiden's most trusted aide, his life was to sweep away all the obstacles on the Holy Maiden's path. Qi Man and Xianli wanted to keep Jiang Ruan alive in exchange for Xiao Xiao's power, but Dan Jin only wanted to put Jiang Ruan to death, and he would eventually help Dan Jin achieve this goal. He would think of a way to destroy Xianli's deal. Once Jiang Ruan was rescued by Xiao Xiao, it would be much more difficult to make a move in the future. Yuan Chuan already had an idea in his heart on how to make this woman die without batting an eyelid. He stood up again, looked down at Jiang Ruan, and said, "Originally, Yuan Chuan came here today because he thought that Junju was alone and did not know the situation outside, so he specially came to inform you. However, seeing that Junju's mind was calm and not distressed because of this, Yuan Chuan was also satisfied. Junju, do not be too sentimental. When the overall situation is settled, I will definitely give Junju a place to rest." After he finished speaking, he laughed loudly and left. He did not look at Jiang Ruan again, as if he already had 100% assurance in his heart. After Yuan Chuan left, the calmness on Jiang Ruan's face slowly dissipated. There seemed to be a trace of relaxation in her gaze, but also a trace of nervousness. Yuan Chuan had specially come to inform her. It seemed that Xianli had already begun to take action. Everything was developing according to her plan. Since Yuan Chuan had specially come to probe, it could only mean that the other party had not yet discovered anything strange. Today, she had followed Yuan Chuan's thoughts and acted out a play because she knew that Yuan Chuan would inform Xianli of the results of his probe. Only after Xianli had eaten a tranquilizer would he start to take action. She had to quickly urge Xianli to take action. Everything here could be predicted. The only thing she did not expect was that she was pregnant, and that this place was so well hidden that until now, no one had found her. In this way, the child in her belly was very dangerous. She did not know how long that big white dog could be used as a decoy, but every day that passed meant an increase in danger. For example, today, it was extremely dangerous. Yuan Chuan went out of the room and just happened to see the mute maid carrying the leftovers to wash the dishes. Yuan Chuan saw that there was not much leftover food left, and that the plates were very large. He was first startled, then he asked, "Is this prepared dog food?" The mute maid opened her mouth and randomly nodded her head a few times. Yuan Chuan frowned, "You ate so much, how can you still be so skinny?" The mute maid was carrying a lot of food, but the white dog that he saw at Jiang Ruan's place today did not have the slightest bit of a plump and sturdy body. In fact, it was very thin. If it was any other day, Yuan Chuan would not have paid attention to such a small matter. However, as long as it was related to Jiang Ruan, Yuan Chuan always felt that it was not that simple, and insisted on finding a reason for it. Therefore, looking at this thing, he pondered bitterly. The mute maid staggered and accidentally dropped the plate on the ground. Yuan Chuan was roused from his contemplation and looked at the mess on the ground with some disgust. Because he could not think of a reason, he turned around and left in annoyance. In Jinying Wang Fu, Xiao Xiao had changed into an official's robe. Because he did not usually attend court, and most of the time he was outside, he did not wear the official's robe much. Thus, the robe was still very new. The qilin embroidered with golden thread was very mighty. Only after he had changed into a magnificent robe, he immediately appeared somewhat awe-inspiring. He was born handsome, and if placed in a crowd, he would be extremely eye-catching. However, today, there was an unfamiliar man following beside him. This man was wearing a dark red official's robe with flower patterns. The style of the official's robe appeared somewhat old-fashioned, as if it was a style from many years ago. However, this man did not seem old-fashioned in the slightest. Instead, he had the mellow fragrance of aged wine. This was an extremely handsome middle-aged man. Even now, his facial features were extremely distinct, not to mention the elegant demeanor he had when he was younger. He seemed to have the elegance of a scholar, but also seemed to carry a bit of unruliness and elegance. He gave off a feeling of a mixture of maturity and youth. The man looked at Xiao Xiao and said, "Master, let's go." 2 horses were tied side by side on a wooden peg outside the fu. One was jet black, the other was snow white. Xiao Xiao flipped over and leaped onto the jet black horse, while the man naturally leaped onto the snow-white horse. The two whipped their horses and rode away. On the roof behind the Fu's door, Jean San spat out the grass he was chewing in his mouth with a "pate" sound. He said, "I didn't expect Butler Lin to be such a handsome man. I had originally thought that he was talking nonsense." Jean C shook his head. "You can't judge a book by its cover. When this person is serious, he looks somewhat unfamiliar." These days, in Jinying Wang Fu, almost everyone had noticed the changes in Butler Lin. He was becoming younger and more handsome with each passing day. In this world, other than changing one's appearance, there was probably no other way to make someone look good. Moreover, changing one's appearance was done in one go. There was no such thing as progressing step by step. However, the embroidered uniform guards had been roaming Jianghu for many years. Each and every one of them were experienced and knowledgeable. After looking for a while, they could see the knack of it. It could be assumed that Butler Lin had taken some medicine to make him look old and ugly, concealing his appearance. Now, it was probably because he had taken the antidote that he had gradually returned to his original appearance. After searching for so long, he has finally found the antidote. He should be very happy. Jean San sighed. Now, no one will doubt his claim that he is a handsome man. From ugliness to beauty, it was likely that everyone would feel happy. Who would complain about their good looks? Butler Lin was also a person who paid attention to his appearance. In the past, when he still had that appearance, he would often criticize his own appearance. Now that he had a face that complemented his clothes, wasn't it a joyous thing in life? That's not necessarily true. Jean C shook his head. For so many years, he has obediently disguised himself as a butler. It's possible that he doesn't know that he has a way to recover his appearance. It's just like how we have to conceal our identities when we go out on missions. Butler Lin has probably done this to conceal his own identity. Then why has he recovered his appearance now? Jean Sen felt that Jean C's words made sense, but he still did not quite understand. Jean C sighed. It's probably because something has happened and forced him to reveal his identity again. His original concealment has disappeared. Didn't you notice that Old Lin's character is becoming more and more unlike Old Lin? Jean C propped his head up with his hands and lay down. Old Lin will soon be gone from Jinying Wangfu. The original Old Lin was gone. Once that handsome middle-aged man regained his original identity, he would most likely not come back to be a lowly butler. That kind of person should also have a great background. Jean San also fell silent. After a long time, he said, "I hope that their journey will be smooth and that they will not let down the identity of sacrificing Old Lin." As soon as they entered the palace, Xiao Xiao and Butler Lin parted at the entrance. The two of them obviously did not walk the same path. Butler Lin walked along the long corridor in front of the door and passed through the garden. His appearance was very unfamiliar and there were eunuchs and guards who came to stop him. However, Butler Lin casually untied a bronze token from his waist and waved it in front of the guards. The guards were startled and looked at the token again in disbelief. Only then did they have no choice but to let him pass. After Butler Lin left, they could not help but look at him. A young eunuch who was curious stepped forward and asked impatiently, "Big brother, what did that person look at with you just now? Why did you let him pass? His face is obviously very unfamiliar. What do you know?" The guard hurriedly urged him to lower his voice and replied, "The token in his hand is the pass of Crown Prince Hongxi. There were only 2 passes and I've only seen one of them once. Eunuch Li has one, but after Crown Prince Hongxi left, Eunuch Li has never taken it out to use. I didn't expect to see it today." Speaking up to this point, the guard also felt a little strange. But who is that person? He actually has such a thing. He looks very familiar with the palace and doesn't seem like a stranger. Could it be that he is an old friend of Crown Prince Hongxi? Yes, housekeeper Lin's steps were very steady on the complicated roads in the palace. So many years had passed, and even though some things had changed, and many new gardens and courtyards had been added to the palace, most things had not changed, just like the human heart. It was the easiest to change, and the night market was the hardest to change. Butler Lin's heart was very complicated. He could not describe what he was feeling at this moment. If he could, he would rather never enter the palace again. Back then, his future, his prosperity, his ambitions, and his close friends were all buried in this cold palace. Butler Lin knew better than anyone else how ruthless the palace was. But he still came today, not for anything else but for a promise. He walked in the direction of the Palace of Compassionate Peace. Gugu Yang carefully massaged Empress Dowager Ida's shoulders. She controlled her strength very well. She had taken care of Empress Dowager Ida for decades, and Gugu Yang was always so considerate. In the past, at this time, Empress Dowager Ida would be served comfortably by Gugu Yang, but today, Empress Dowager Ida's brows did not relax, as if she had encountered something that she could not resolve. Gugu Yang sighed silently in her heart. Perhaps the news of Xian Pei's regicide would not be concealed. Even if they tried their best to conceal it, how could the people of the 8th Prince's faction let go of such an opportunity to attack Xian Pei? Now, all the memorials flying up and down the court were hoping to decide on the heir to the throne as soon as possible. The 13th Prince's virtue was lacking and he was not fit to be the emperor, and the 8th Prince was fully deserving of being the future master of the great Jin dynasty. Although these voices were not as arrogant as they were on the surface, they had almost spread throughout the entire great Jin dynasty. Xian Pei was under house arrest, so he naturally did not know these things outside, but perhaps this was a good thing. Gugu Yang thought, he is just a young child. To have to face fratricide and invert right and wrong at such a young age is too cruel for him. Xian Pei did not directly face these cruel things, so all the pressure was pushed onto Empress Dowager Ida's head. Empress Dowager Ida could not be the Empress Dowager who listened to politics from behind the curtains for too long, otherwise she would be criticized by the world. Just like in the previous dynasty, there was an Empress Dowager who personally governed the country after the death of the emperor. No matter how well she governed the country, she could not win against the title of Demon Empress. In the end, the country was overthrown by the civil and military officials and the Prince Regent. If Empress Dowager Ida did not express her position for a long time, then the court officials would think that she wanted to take control of the court. But once Xian Pei provoked this matter, it was impossible for Empress Dowager Ida to openly support him. In such a situation in the court, some of Xian Pei's followers had also changed sides, but Xian Li's people were much more numerous. Gugu Yang was clear about Empress Dowager Ida's thoughts. In the beginning, the emperor wanted to make Xiao Xiao the heir apparent, but Xiao Xiao never had this intention. Empress Dowager Ida felt that she owed Xiao Xiao, so it was impossible for her not to consider Xiao Xiao's feelings. If Xiao Xiao did not want to be the emperor, Empress Dowager Ida naturally would not force him. As for the remaining 8th Prince and 13th Prince, in all fairness, no matter which side Empress Dowager Ida chose, it would be harmless to her. After all, she was the imperial grandmother. Xian Pei and Xian Li could not do anything to her, as long as they were not afraid of being drowned by the spittle of the common people. With Empress Dowager Ida's original temperament, she would certainly not make a move. However, Jinying Wang Fu had clearly expressed that they were on Xian Pei's side, which represented Xiao Xiao's attitude. Although this was definitely because of Jiang Yuan, it was later proven that Xian Li had an unclear relationship with the southern frontier. On Empress Dowager Ida's side, he was a chess piece that could no longer be used. Therefore, Empress Dowager Ida would not publicly express her support for Xian Li. Even if it was the general trend, Empress Dowager Ida had to endure countless pressures and persevere. This woman, even in the most cruel and difficult times of the Reign of Terror, was like an iron mirror, and would not yield to anyone. Your ladyship, now. Gugu Yang finally could not help but ask the question that had been puzzling her heart for a long time. Why are you persisting so bitterly? In order to wait for an opportunity. Empress Dowager Ida, who had her eyes closed, said. Opportunity, is it His 13th Highness opportunity? Gugu Yang asked. If he only has the ability to wait, then he can forget about that position. Empress Dowager Ida opened her eyes, which were full of clarity and sharpness. There seemed to be some other emotion that flashed through, but Gugu Yang did not see it. "Your ladyship, it has been too hard," Gugu Yang said softly. The haze in the palace had not dissipated for even a day. Outsiders could only see a little of the things that Empress Dowager Ida had done. Just as she was thinking, a young eunuch suddenly reported from outside, reporting to the Empress Dowager, "There is someone outside with a token requesting to see you." The young eunuch presented the token with both hands, and Gugu Yang took it and handed it to Empress Dowager Ida. When Empress Dowager Ida's gaze fell on the token, she was first startled, as if she had fallen into some kind of memory. Then, her expression suddenly became sharp, and she said in a low voice, "Bring it in." Chapter 249. A figure wearing a red official robe slowly walked in. His clothes were clearly very bright, but in this gloomy hall, it actually gave off a sense of desolation. It was like an old pavilion that had changed. The red vermilion paint was still there, but it gave off a kind of mottled old desolation. The man stopped in front of Empress Dowager Ida, lifted the corner of his robe, and knelt down. In a clear voice, he said, "This subject, Lin Wei, greets your highness the Empress Dowager." Empress Dowager Ida did not speak, but stared at the man kneeling in the hall. Even Aunt Yang could not help but be surprised. Lin Wei, this name was familiar to all the civil and military officials of the Great Jin dynasty, with the exception of the newly promoted officials. The elegant Tang Huarang, eloquent in literary eloquence, when debating with the elders of Hanlin Academy, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage despite his young age, causing the stubborn old men of Hanlin Academy to be so angry that they pulled out a few tufts of their beards. But the thing that people talked about the most was probably the friendship between this person and Crown Prince Hongxi. Crown Prince Hongxi was courteous, but because of his status, he could not be too close to others. He only treated this Tang Huarang, Lin Wei, with sincere admiration. When the late emperor was still alive, Crown Prince Hongxi had also said, "With this person, the Great Jin dynasty will be safe for 20 years. Such a handsome, young, and promising Tang Huarang had resigned after Crown Prince Hongxi's accident. Although the reason was that it was not suitable for an official career, anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was because of Crown Prince Hongxi. Such a talented and affectionate young man, how could people not sigh with regret? It was rare for a Lin Wei to appear in the Great Jin dynasty in 100 years, but after Lin Wei resigned, there was no more news of him. The emperor had tried to inquire about Lin Wei, both openly and secretly, but in the end, he returned empty-handed. Everyone knew that this person was long gone. Otherwise, such a brilliant person would not be buried no matter where he went. How could he be unknown for so many years? Aunt Yang's mood changed as she looked at the man in front of her. Compared to his youthful appearance, Lin Wei had obviously gone through a lot of hardships, but it didn't make him look haggard and old. Instead, it added a unique charm to him. It was the calmness of someone who had experienced the world, with the heroic spirit of a mature man. Aunt Yang was a little absent-minded. When Lin Wei was ranked third in high school, she was just a little girl. Any young girl would have a crush on this person. She didn't expect that after so many years, the person in front of her was no longer as sharp as before and had started to become more reserved.
If Lin Wei was said to be a brilliant pearl in the past, then he was now like a warm and beautiful jade that had been tempered by time to become calm and deep. Empress Dowager Ida finally spoke, but she did not let Lin Wei get up. She only said, "It's been more than 20 years, and official Lin is still alive." Lin Wei smiled. "It has been many years since we last met. Empress Dowager's phoenix body is in good health." Lin Wei is relieved. Aunt Yang lowered her eyes and carefully continued to massage Empress Dowager Ida's shoulders. But she was a little absent-minded, and her strength was not as good as before. Empress Dowager Ida did not notice. She turned her gaze away and seemed to close her eyes slightly. Her voice was neither salty nor light as she said, "For so many years, Ai Jia has never heard of you. Where have you been?" There was not a trace of blame in these words. It was as if they were old friends talking about old times. Lin Wei knelt on the ground and replied, "This subject did not go anywhere. This subject has always been here." Empress Dowager Yida's breathing paused for a moment. Then she said, "You were in the capital?" "Yes," Lin Wei replied. Empress Dowager Yida was silent for a long time. Suddenly, she smiled. "So that's how it is. No wonder the emperor couldn't find you anywhere. You were by his side. You protected him for so many years. Lin Wei, you even deceived Ai Jia." "This subject only wants to take good care of little master," Lin Wei replied. "His Highness the Crown Prince entrusted little master to His Highness, and also entrusted him to this subject. This subject swears to follow His Highness to the death, and will only live for little master in this life." The hall was silent for a long time. After a long time, Empress Dowager Yida waved her hand tiredly. "Your words, Ai Jia has always believed them. Since he entrusted his son to you, it means that he trusts you. Ai Jia has nothing to say." She sighed. "It's just that, you have been wronged. This subject does not feel wronged." A smile floated on Lin Wei's face. This smile softened his originally solemn expression. Unexpectedly, in a trance, he had the dissolute and unbridled demeanor of beating a horse at Hong Xiu Lu. However, that expression flashed by and was replaced by a kind of gratification. This subject watched little master grow up, watched little master walk for the first time and lose his teeth. Now, I also watched little master marry a wife. This subject has completed His Highness's entrustment. This subject does not feel wronged. These words were spoken with sincerity. Even Gugu Yang was moved when she heard them. Empress Dowager Yida paused, then changed the topic. "Then why did you enter the palace today?" After more than 10 years, the third-rank ranker, who had concealed his identity and lived a steady life, had returned to the real world. This meant that his identity was about to be exposed.
For Lin Wei, who had hidden for many years, this was undoubtedly a matter that did not make up for the loss. However, he still did it. What made him rather abandon his current stable life and enter the palace? It was certainly not because of glory and wealth. If he really wanted glory and wealth, Lin Wei would not have resigned many years ago. What was his purpose? In fact, both of them were well aware. "Your Highness the Empress Dowager, when this subject first became an official, it was because I wanted to assist the ruler of the world. Later, His Highness the Crown Prince passed away. Even if this subject had a body full of skills, there was no place for me to use them. Now that a wise ruler has reappeared, this subject still wants to assist the princess. Presumptuous." Without waiting for Lin Wei to finish speaking, Empress Dowager Yida rebuked him. "Are you saying that the emperor is not a wise ruler? Lin Wei, how dare you?" If these words had been said when the emperor was still alive, Lin Wei was afraid that even if he had 10 heads, it would not be enough to chop them off. The meaning of his words was that the wise ruler he recognized was Crown Prince Hongxi. Therefore, it did not matter to Lin Wei that the person who later sat on the throne was not Crown Prince Hongxi. He disdained to assist. Lin Wei heard Empress Dowager Yida's angry words, but did not beg for mercy. He still quietly knelt in the same place, but his back was straight, which made people see an unyielding stubbornness. Obviously, he did not think that there was anything wrong with what he said. The atmosphere in the main hall to catch the moles suddenly became extremely tense, and Aunt Yang could not help but hold her breath. After a long stalemate, Empress Dowager Yida sneered. "You really are as bold as before." If Lu Min, who had passed the imperial examinations at the same time as Lin Wei, was also an upright and outspoken stubborn person, but compared to Lin Tanhua, he was far worse. When the previous emperor was alive, he did not like Crown Prince Hongxi, but he appreciated Lin Wei very much. Lin Wei had the courage to stroke a tiger's beard, and he also had the ability to calm a tiger's violent temper. He was a lawless person, and in court, many people did not dare to say things, but he did not hesitate to say them in front of the emperor. Even if sometimes he touched the previous emperor's reverse scale, in the end, it was all thunder and rain. In fact, Lin Wei was very smart. But for a person in a high position, the most taboo thing was for his subjects to understand his thoughts. If the subject was too smart, it was not a good thing. In the eyes of the emperor, a person like Lin Wei, who was straightforward and outspoken, was the least suspicious. If there was even a little bit of talent, then he was a rare virtuous person. Lin Wei was straightforward and outspoken, and it just so happened that he was 70 to 80% talented. The emperor was very satisfied, and naturally would not punish him lightly. Now, seeing Lin Wei unscrupulously criticize the emperor in front of Empress Dowager Ida, Empress Dowager Ida was somewhat stunned. It was as if her gaze passed through the man kneeling in front of her and returned to the throne room, as if nothing had happened at that time. She closed her eyes and said in a low voice, "Forget it. At that time, the previous emperor did not care about you, so why should I care?" She looked at Lin Wei, and her eyes suddenly became fierce. "What do you want to do?" This subject earnestly requests Empress Dowager to allow this subject to hold the previous emperor's imperial decree and enter official dash, Lin Wei said. When these words came out, Aunt Yang could not help but stop what she was doing and look at Lin Wei with a stunned expression. When the previous emperor was alive, he gave this subject a decree. As long as this subject is willing, this subject will be a subject of the imperial court for life. Lin Wei continued, later, this subject resigned and went into seclusion, but the imperial decree still exists. Now, this subject boldly asks the Empress Dowager for mercy. This subject requests to enter official dash, "You're crazy." Empress Dowager Ida murmured. An official who had left the imperial court for many years suddenly wanted to become an official one day. Anyone who heard of this would find it ridiculous. But Lin Wei still had a serious look on his face. He looked so serious that Gugu Yang and Empress Dowager Ida didn't think that he was joking. Even with the previous emperor's imperial decree, this action is against the official way and will inevitably cause countless rumors. "What nonsense are you making?" Empress Dowager Ida said coldly. She looked at Lin Wei with a somewhat complicated gaze. If Lin Wei said that he had an imperial decree, then he definitely had one. But the previous emperor had passed away for so long, and now every turmoil in the imperial court was closely related to what might happen in the future. Lin Wei choosing this time to enter official, wouldn't he be putting his weakness in front of others? Although Empress Dowager Ida was able to summon the wind and summon the rain when she was young, now she had no choice but to accept her old age. These days, the pressure of supporting Xian Li's people was very strenuous. She did not dare to imagine what kind of turmoil it would cause when news of Lin Wei's true identity spread out. "This subject is not making trouble," Lin Wei said. "A wise ruler has appeared. This subject is only doing his best to assist. I hope the Empress Dowager can fulfill my wish." Empress Dowager Ida stood up from her seat and walked to Lin Wei's side. Looking down at him, she did not get angry and instead smiled. "A wise ruler? Ijia also wants to know who this world's wise ruler is." At the end of her words, her tones suddenly revealed a trace of anger. These days, she had coldly watched the ups and downs of the imperial court. Time and the past repeated, reminding her of the time when the previous emperor was still alive. When the 8 princes fought for the throne, wasn't it the same scene in front of her? And now, Lin Wei, this old subject of the past, still dared to unscrupulously say, "Assist a wise ruler." A wise ruler? How could there be a wise ruler in this world? The winner was a wise ruler, and the loser could only let the history books ruin their lives. No one could do anything about it. The Empress Dowager is far-sighted and naturally knows who is a wise ruler. Lin Wei suddenly bowed his head to Empress Dowager Ida and kowtowed. "This subject swears to be loyal to Little Master. This subject will risk his life to complete Little Master's orders. It doesn't matter to this subject who has the world's rivers and mountains, but it will belong to whoever Little Master wishes it to belong to." Gugu Yang's hand paused slightly. These words could be said to be extremely arrogant, as if he didn't care about anyone in the world. Gu Guyang thought. She didn't believe the rumors in the imperial court that Lin Tanhua was the most daring, but now she finally saw it for herself. Not only that, but after so many years, this person's temper had only increased. Where did he get his courage from? What was surprising was not only Lin Wei's courage, but also Empress Dowager Ida's attitude. Empress Dowager Ida heard this and was silent for a long time. She turned back to her seat without saying a word, the ruby armor on her hand unconsciously brushing across the carved clouds on her seat. Her small voice was exceptionally clear in the quiet hall. After an unknown amount of time, she sighed deeply and said, Heaven's will will finally appear today. She raised her hand and said in a clear voice, Enter the officialdom, Ijia approves. Thank you, Empress Dowager, for your approval. Lin Wei kowtowed to Empress Dowager Ida again. Official Lin, you have to think it through. Empress Dowager Ida glanced at him, no one knows what will happen in the future. Assisting the emperor is the path you have sought. If one day you become a stepping stone, you have to be willing. Don't blame Ijia for not reminding you of this. Lin Wei smiled slightly and said in a clear voice, This subject will remember Empress Dowager's lesson. On this day, someone in the palace was not at peace. In the 8th prince's residence, after Xianli received the news, he discussed with his advisors for a long time with a solemn expression. That person must be a helper that the Empress Dowager has found. Your Highness, why don't you wait until the matter has not been decided and act early, catching them off guard? An advisor suggested. A strange man came to the palace, holding the token that Crown Prince Hongxi had given him to see Empress Dowager Ida.
The person who came to report did not say who that person was. However, the fact that he had the token was enough to make people pay attention. That's not true. That person is probably an old friend of Crown Prince Hongxi. Since he has entered the palace, he must have made preparations. It would not be good to act rashly. Since your Highness has taken the initiative, there is no need to worry too much. It is better to wait and see. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Another advisor held the opposite view. Xianli frowned. This kind of debate had lasted for an entire afternoon. His subordinates were divided into two factions. One faction thought that they should act according to the plan, regardless of who the other party was. The other faction thought that there was something fishy about this matter, and they should not fall into the enemy's trap. Both sides had their own arguments, and both were reasonable. Up until now, they had not come to a conclusion. Xianli's heart was inexplicably agitated. He did not know where his agitation came from. These days, he had been concealing his movements, and in order to prevent being caught, he had not even gone to see the place where Jiang Yuan was locked up. The news that Yuan Chuan brought back was that Jiang Yuan had expressed that, up until now, there were no tricks up her sleeves, and their plan was feasible. However, the spy that Xianli had sent out said that everything was normal for Jiang Yuan. She lived and ate as usual, and she seemed extremely at ease. Xianli felt somewhat baffled. Yuan Chuan and he were allies, and now he needed him to ascend to the throne to borrow his strength. Before that, he would not play any tricks. Moreover, there was no need to lie to him about Jiang Yuan. His own spy had even less need to lie. Jiang Yuan was obviously apprehensive, so why was she so calm? Xiao Xiao's brocade guards were searching everywhere for Jiang Yuan's whereabouts. There was no doubt about this. However, Xian Pei, who was in the palace, did not take any action. Xianli did not think that Xian Pei was a person who would sit and wait for death. He should be thinking of some way to change the current situation. However, he did not. Xian Pei was unusually quiet. During the period of house arrest, he was also very calm. As for the family that had been locked up in the imperial prison, the Zhao family and Jiang Xing did not cry out their grievances. The Ministry of Justice interrogated them daily, but these people also clenched their teeth and refused to give in. With Xiao Xiao's warning, those people did not dare to use private torture on the Zhao family and Jiang Xing. They did not threaten them verbally, but it was all useless. Even Mu Shiro, who had already been sentenced to death, was calm when she learned that she was going to be executed in 10 days. It was as if she had already expected this outcome.
Most of the pawns that were sent out, especially the most important pawns, were death warriors who knew their own endings. This was something that could not be blamed, but Xianli had seen it before. Mu Shiro's calmness was not the calmness of someone who had already expected her end. Instead, it was a kind of faint joy that seemed to contain a sense of relief. Joy? Xianli only felt a headache. These people were too calm, so calm that he could not help but doubt his originally foolproof plan. Now that there was a stranger with a token in his hand, he felt even more hesitant. He had always been a person who paid particular attention to being foolproof, and this time it was even more so. So he finally turned around and interrupted the argument of his guests. After saying that he would wait and see, he flicked his sleeves and left. However, this change was much earlier than everyone had expected. Because on the second day, Empress Dowager Ida ordered someone to announce a piece of news. The great scholar Lin Wei, who had previously resigned from his post and retired to live in seclusion, was returning to his official post 20 years later with the late emperor's decree. When this news came out, the entire court was in an uproar. Lin Wei's reputation was well known among the older generation of civil and military officials. Even the fathers and uncles of many of the younger officials in the court knew of him. Such a person who had such great influence on the great Jin dynasty had suddenly returned in such a high-profile manner in the current unpredictable situation. Although this was in line with Lin Wei's usual unruly style, it was still too shocking. Immediately, two waves were set off in the court. One group strongly opposed Lin Wei's entry into the official post, even with the late emperor's decree. They even brought up the matter of him resigning from his post and retiring to live in seclusion. They said that since he was wholeheartedly serving the country, why had he left freely, and now that he had returned, they feared that he had ulterior motives. The other group strongly supported Lin Wei, saying that Lin Wei was talented and bold. If he stayed in the court, he could help the great Jin dynasty prosper and benefit the people of the Jin dynasty. Among the current civil officials, who could compare to Lin Wei's talent and learning? Such a talented person naturally had to be put to good use. Those who opposed Lin Wei were naturally on Xian Li's side. When these people saw that the first person Lin Wei met was Empress Dowager Ida, they were certain that there must be a conspiracy. As for those who supported Lin Wei, they were not those who supported the 13th prince, but most of them were old officials in the court who had friendly relations with Lin Wei. Lin Wei's influence among the civil officials had not diminished even after several decades. If Lu Min was the role model for scholars, then Lin Wei was the model for civil officials. He had taken the path of a scholar to the extreme. He could angrily scold the emperor, get drunk and enjoy the spring breeze, be on good terms with the crown prince, and finally withdraw and leave a good name. This was simply the dream of all civil officials. In reality, Lin Wei did not care what people outside said about him. Empress Dowager Ida's decree had already been issued, and Lin Wei still had the late emperor's decree in his hands. How could there be anyone who could control him now? Moreover, those who supported his return were old officials in the court with high prestige. Thus, no one could do anything about it. Thus, the third flower ranker, who had resigned from his post and retired to live in seclusion, came back with a bang under the watchful eyes of the public. Since he had returned, everyone could not help but start guessing the reason for Lin Wei's return. And Lin Wei did not disappoint them. He brought out his previously lawless temperament. On the second day of his official post, he publicly submitted a memorial to the court, stating that he wanted to appoint the crown prince as soon as possible. He also made it clear that he supported the 13th prince, Xian Pei. Things seemed to have turned into a farce. No one had thought that Lin Wei would do such a thing. Immediately, those who supported Xian Li quarreled with Lin Wei in the court. But what kind of person was Lin Wei? He had once argued with a group of scholars. Even after more than 20 years, his skills had not decreased in the slightest. He was no longer as sharp as before, and his words were incomparably cynical. At first, one would not feel it, but if one listened carefully, they would feel that he was extremely shrewd and ruthless. Several officials who supported Xianli were so angry that their faces and necks were red, but they could not say a word. Not only that, Lin Wei also began to persuade other officials everywhere. He was a scholar, and the people he found were all civil officials in the court. Most of them were old and had considerable status in the court. Of course, there were also those who had a good relationship with him. The 13th prince already had a good relationship with Lin Wei, and Lin Wei was like a leader in the hearts of the civil officials. In addition, he had a glib tongue. In just a few days, most of the hesitant civil officials firmly stood on the 13th prince's side. In this world, civil officials did not seem to have any real power, but their role could not be underestimated. The students of civil officials were all over the world, and scholars had a lot of weight among the common people. If all the good words were directed to the 13th Prince Xian Pei, even if Xianli later ascended to the throne, his reputation would not be good. Lin Wei's actions became more and more unbridled. Finally, even Xianli, who was used to enduring, could not bear it. If this goes on, the spittle of the civil officials will drown us, the advisor said anxiously. Your Highness, we cannot go on like this. We must act as soon as possible. The longer it drags on, I'm afraid that Lin Wei will be able to deceive almost all the common people of the Jin dynasty. Xian Li's gaze was heavy. He naturally knew this truth. It turned out that Lin Wei actually had this idea. Although he did not know how Xian Pei and Lin Wei got together, for Xianli, Lin Wei's existence was like a fly, making people nauseous. He slowly turned the jade ring on his finger and coldly said, I can't bear it anymore. It's time to act. After Steward Lin returned to Jinying Wangfu, he took off his official robes. After so many years, he was used to wearing comfortable materials and the style of ordinary people. He was already very unused to this kind of formal and flowery clothing. He had just changed into the clothes he usually wore. Once he stepped out of the door, he felt that something was amiss. He raised his head and saw Jin San sitting on the eaves looking at him, calm and unruffled. Steward Lin was stunned. Then, he blew his beard and glared at him, saying, What are you looking at? Don't you know how to pay attention to your posture? In the past, blowing his beard and glaring at him would have been very comical. But when paired with Steward Lin's current handsome face, it seemed somewhat out of place. Jin San spat out the grass in his mouth and jumped down with a flip. He stood in front of Steward Lin and shook his head, saying, TSK, clothes make the man. Old Lin, you look quite good when you dress up like this. This old man is originally a distinguished and elegant handsome man. Hearing this, Steward Lin smiled proudly, you have good taste. Not only a handsome man, but also a great scholar. Jin San raised his eyebrows. These few days, your actions in the imperial court have spread like wildfire among the embroidered uniform guard. They say that you are a real person who does not reveal your true appearance, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, enduring hardships to gain courage, sinister, cunning, despicable and shameless. The first part of his speech was quite good, but Steward Lin felt that something was amiss when he heard the latter part. He hurriedly stopped Jin San, saying, Stop, what are you saying? Do you know how to use idioms? Are these words of praise? Jin San stuck out his tongue, don't think that I'm not as talented as Steward Lin. Alright, I have something to tell you. As he said this, he took out a thick stack of items from his bosom. Steward Lin was startled at first. Then, he opened it and discovered that it was a thick stack of banknotes from the Bank of the Four Seas. It was at least a few 100,000 taels. He was stunned. What does this mean? Now that you're an official in the imperial court, you need to bribe everything. Furthermore, don't you need to trick people to deal with the 8th prince? Those people aren't fools. How would they be willing to listen to you without any benefits? Scholars are the most hypocritical. On the surface, they say that money is just a worldly possession, but in reality, the more money they have, the better. The embroidered uniform guard reckons that you don't have much money left after bribing people. You can't go so far as to sell your own assets, so we gathered some money to bribe that so-called scholar friend of yours. This is all we have, we can't gather any more. Hearing this, Steward Lin paused for a moment before looking at Jin San. Jin San met his gaze calmly without the slightest bit of hesitation. Who was Steward Lin? He had taken care of Xiao Xiao since he was young, so the embroidered uniform guard was very familiar with him. This person usually looked unreliable, but who knew that he had such a background? Just from the fact that he was willing to conceal his identity and live by Xiao Xiao's side for so many years, it could be seen that he was a determined person. Steward Lin didn't like to use the residence's money and always used his own account. He wasn't a bank, so how could he have so much money? Although the embroidered uniform guard had never personally experienced the affairs of the imperial court, they had seen it happen. They knew that it wasn't easy for Steward Lin, so they gathered some money and sent it over. How can I take money from a child? Steward Lin said angrily, moreover, there's money from a woman, wouldn't I be short of breath? Oh, when you were a steward, you even flattered the princess, Jin San said indifferently, I wonder who that is. Oh, right, that's Steward Lin. There's no Steward Lin in the residence now, there's only Lin Tanhua. The original one has probably been forgotten. Sigh. It's fine if you don't want it, but it's a pity that our young madam wholeheartedly wants to help the imperial residence, but there's someone who can't put down his pride and wants to make things difficult for us because of his ridiculous pride. Sigh, there's no other way. Finishing, he took the money from Steward Lin's hand and turned to leave. Stop right there. Steward Lin scolded and walked in front of Jin San in a few steps. He snatched the money from him. Wouldn't it be very unreasonable for me to reject the filial piety of the younger generation, so I reluctantly accept it. Jin San's last sentence touched him. Indeed, pride was not important, the most important thing now was to help the 13th prince ascend the throne. This money was something that was indispensable. No matter how much money Jinying Prince's residence had, if they were to really fight a war in the future, where would they find the money to pay for the troops? Steward Lin had been strapped for cash for the past few days. There was a price to pay for everything. No matter how eloquent he was, he couldn't just paint a pie in the sky without offering something tangible. Jin San smiled sweetly and flipped his hair flirtatiously. Actually, I didn't take this money for nothing. In fact, I have something to ask of Steward Lin. What is it? Steward Lin asked curiously. Jin San usually didn't have anything to ask of him. It's like this, I have taken a fancy to the young master of the military headquarters. I intend to write a love poem and secretly stuff it beside his bed at night. It's just that I don't really know how to write this kind of love poem. Since Steward Lin was the third ranker, his literary talent must be very good. Help me write it. Get lost. Steward Lin walked away with a black face. Along the way, he could still be heard muttering to himself, what a bad girl, why did you write a love poem? Stuff it under the bed, what a scandal. After Steward Lin left, Jin San shrugged his shoulders. Jin Si jumped down from the eaves and walked to Jin San's side. Looking at Steward Lin's disappearing figure, he sighed and said, it must have been hard on him. No matter how handsome he was, he couldn't hide the exhaustion in his expression. Steward Lin's frantic lobbying these few days was indeed to build support for the 13th prince, but more importantly, it was to pressure Xianli. Just like in war, one's morale must be boosted at one go, weakened at the second, and exhausted at the third. To make someone like Xianli, who was used to enduring patiently, anxious, one needed to be extremely capable. Steward Lin's incessant lobbying and persuasion of the civil officials would eventually make Xianli feel uneasy. Under such uneasiness, Xianli could only carry out his plan ahead of schedule. In this way, Steward Lin's wish could be considered to have been fulfilled. I hope his hard work didn't go to waste, Jin Si said. I hope so, Jin San retracted the playful expression on his face, I only hope that young madam's sacrifice and plan will not be in vain. Chapter 250. 3 days later, more than half of the court officials suddenly signed a petition for Xianli to ascend to the throne immediately. This time, the commotion was very big. Xianli had decided to make a move. From the top to the bottom of the court, those courtiers who had always been secretly working for Xianli stood up. Everyone was shocked to realize that the 8th prince's influence was actually so vast, it really made people shudder. Among them, there was no lack of elders, civil and military officials, and people with great power. In comparison, those who supported Xian Pei seemed too weak. It was no wonder that Xian Pei did not have many supporters. In fact, Xianli had been planning for this for many years. Many years ago, he began to secretly bribe the court officials just for the arrival of this day. When Xian Pei was still a useless prince, Xian Li's reputation among the common people was extremely outstanding. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse, not to mention that he was used to hiding his strength. Under such strong pressure, even Empress Dowager Ida could not withstand it. Those people's memorials clearly stated that since ancient times, unless the emperor personally appointed them, they would only appoint the elders and not the juniors. During the reign of the emperor, Xian Li was also very important. Now that Xian Pei was still young, no matter what, he was not the right person to take on such a big responsibility. Moreover, Xian Pei was now carrying the suspicion of patricide. In the throne room, the officials discussed incessantly, but if one looked closely, they could see that most of the people talking were Xian Li's people. Even if Xian Pei's people wanted to argue a little, they really could not compete with Xian Li's numbers. Xian Li stood quietly in the same place, his face still smiling as before, making people feel as warm as a spring breeze. It was as if he had turned a deaf ear to these arguments. There was a faint self-confidence in this, as if in the next moment, he would sit on the throne. In fact, it should be so. Xian Pei was still under house arrest, so naturally, he could not be released. When official Gu, who was in the military headquarters, saw this scene, his brows were almost twisted into a frown. Because of Jiang Ruan, Gu Yi wholeheartedly supported the 13th Prince Xian Pei. His reasoning was also very simple. He said to official Gu, "Young lady Jiang is so intelligent. Look at her. From the beginning until now, when has she ever suffered a loss at the hands of others? You can't be wrong to trust her." He was so angry that Gu Darren only gave him a good beating, but then he turned around and expressed his loyalty to Xian Pei. It was not that he believed Gu Yi's words, but since Jiang Ruan stood on Xian Pei's side, Jinying Wang Fu would naturally also stand on Xian Pei's side. Gu Darren had never dared to underestimate the power of Jinying Wang Fu. This couple were not easy to deal with, so Gu Darren was more optimistic about them. Jiang Ruan's life and death were unknown, Xiao Xiao wholeheartedly wanted to find his wife, and Xian Pei was under house arrest. Coincidentally, at this time, Xian Li was about to be pushed to the top. The situation was really not good. Lord Gu couldn't help but worry. Could it be that he had taken the wrong step again? Empress Dowager Ida sat on a high seat, her long armor unconsciously brushing past her temples. Under such a general trend, who could reverse it? No matter what, they could not provoke the anger of the masses. The power of the court officials could never be underestimated. Her gaze swept past Lin Wei, who was standing in the middle of the hall. Since this person had made up his mind to plan for a future here, why was he still indifferent at this time? Lin Wei had a smile on his lips, as if the things around him had nothing to do with him. He actually had a somewhat indifferent appearance, but in the eyes of Xian Li's people, they only felt that he was deliberately mystifying things and was merely putting on an act. At this moment, a clear voice could be heard from outside the hall, "Wait." Everyone turned around and saw a young man dressed in a long, black official's robe slowly walking over. His gaze was firm and determined, and with a somewhat different expression than usual, he slowly walked into the hall. This person was none other than the current imperial tutor, the Zhuangyuan, Lu Min. This Lu Min's position in the imperial court was very strange. If one were to say that he had a high position and power, he was only the imperial tutor of the crown prince and had no real power. But if one were to say that he had no real power, he was highly respected and had the emperor's trust. In front of the emperor, he was an out-and-out popular person. If one offended him, there would be no benefits to be gained. At this moment, seeing him suddenly speak, everyone was a little puzzled. They knew that Lu Min was later given to the 13th Prince Xian Pei by the emperor, and most likely had some teacher-student relationship with Xian Pei. But how could a scholar like the imperial tutor be able to reverse the current situation? Not to mention a lunatic's ravings, even a dream was somewhat laughable. Everyone's eyes were full of ridicule, but Xian Li's expression gradually became serious. Lu Min's clothes today were also different. He had always liked to wear light-colored clothes, which gave him a kind of scholarly air. Today, he was dressed in a deep black color, and it was unknown whether it was because of his clothes, but it reflected a bit of biting coldness on his entire person. It was as if the scholar's hand was finally not holding a scroll, but a sharp blade, and he was facing the Azura battlefield. There was already a faint killing intent in his eyes. What did he want to do? Xian Li keenly felt a trace of difference, and he suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Wei. Sure enough, the smile on Lin Wei's lips deepened, almost as if he was grinning from ear to ear. That kind of joy that came from the heart was definitely not faked. How could this be? Xian Li felt that he had fallen into a trap, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. At this time, he only wanted to quickly stop Lu Min. But before he could move, he watched helplessly as Lu Min took out a bright yellow scroll from his bosom and opened it. He stood in the throne room, in front of the civil and military officials, and clearly said in a loud and clear voice, "By the will of heaven, the emperor has decreed." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked, and they hurriedly knelt down and shouted, "Long live the emperor!" Empress Dowager Ida was also slightly startled, and then immediately sat up straight. She suddenly realized something, looked at the smiling Lin Wei, and then looked at Lu Min, who was standing ramrod straight, and her heart suddenly became clear. So that was how it was. So the real backup plan was here. Lu Min read loudly, "The imperial prince's 13th son, Jiao Chen, has a noble and profound character. I bow down to him, and he will definitely succeed me as the emperor." Thus, the emperor, Jiao Chen, was Xian Pei's name. It was a short sentence, and it didn't take much time, but Lu Min deliberately said it very slowly. His voice had always carried a kind of gentleness that was unique to scholars, but today it was as sharp as an unsheathed knife. His words carried an overbearing aura that almost made it hard for people to breathe. Silence, the throne room was deathly silent. It was as if even the sound of a needle dropping to the ground could be heard. Lu Min maintained this posture, his back ramrod straight, as if he could carry all the weight on his back. An official took the lead to call out, "Why did an imperial edict suddenly appear?" Grand Tutor Lu, counterfeiting an imperial edict is a crime punishable by death. This person was a military official from Xian Li's faction, and he had always looked down on scholars. Now that Lu Min had done this, it was beyond everyone's expectations, completely overturning their original plans. Immediately, there was a person who stood out and questioned. "Darren's words are incorrect." Cabinet Elder Wang also opened his mouth to speak. He had never taken sides in the court, but ever since Lin Wei had returned, he had been pulled into Xian Pei's camp by Lin Wei. At this moment, seeing that this person spoke in a strange tone and did not conceal his hostility towards Lu Min, he also said mockingly, "Everyone in the court knows what kind of person Grand Tutor Lu is. How can you say that he counterfeited an imperial edict? This is really using the heart of a villain to measure the heart of a gentleman." Lu Min was recognized by everyone in the court as a straightforward person, and he never did anything wrong. In his world, black and white were clearly separated, right was right, wrong was wrong, and he was an extremely principled person. Even those who opposed Lu Min had to admit this. Saying that Lu Min had counterfeited an imperial edict was something that no one would be convinced of. So these words made that person speechless. Words alone are no proof. Let someone come and personally examine it. Lin Wei said, looking at Lu Min. Lu Min understood and strode in front of Empress Dowager Ida, bowed down, and held the imperial edict in front of Empress Dowager Ida with both hands, saying, Empress Dowager, please have a look. Empress Dowager Ida reached out to take the imperial edict, glanced at it, and then smiled slightly, saying only 4 words, absolutely true. There was an uproar in the court, and the gazes of all the officials involuntarily fell on Xian Li. At this moment, Xian Li's expression was already very unsightly. Although he was trying his best to stabilize his emotions and pretend to be as calm as before, today's matter had come so suddenly. According to the plan, at this moment, he should have smoothly accepted the throne with the support of the court officials. But now, suddenly, an imperial edict had appeared, and this imperial edict did not have his name on it. The muscles on his cheeks were trembling slightly, and the hands in his sleeves were clenched into fists. He was convincing himself that Lu Min's imperial edict could not be real. The real imperial edict was with Qi Man, and they had already obtained the real imperial edict. How could the emperor have 2 imperial edicts? This was impossible. Even after hearing Empress Dowager Ida's words, Xian Li did not dare to believe it. He only thought that Empress Dowager Ida had already stood on Xian Pei's side. Since Lin Wei had gone to see Empress Dowager Ida that day, perhaps it was to plan for this matter. Empress Dowager Ida was now just helping to lie. Thinking of this, Xian Li gave a look to a person at the side. That official stepped forward and said, Your Highness the Empress Dowager, the late Emperor's imperial edict is a matter of great importance. Would you allow us officials to take a look? This was actually illogical, but the current crown prince that the emperor had set up was someone with the reputation of possibly killing his own father. It was too far from the emperor in the hearts of the court officials, but it was still excusable. As for Empress Dowager Ida, she actually readily agreed and casually ordered people to pass the imperial edict around. What did she not dare to do? These people hoped that this imperial edict was fake. Unfortunately, this imperial edict was absolutely true. The one who had slapped her face wasn't her, so what could she do to prevent these people from completely giving up? It was just that. Empress Dowager Ida's gaze fell on Lin Wei. Lin Wei probably already knew about today's matter. This person really still had the same temperament as before. Once he came to court, he would only be satisfied when he caused chaos in the court. For example, at this moment, the imperial edict that had suddenly been taken out in the throne room weighed more than 1,000 catties. The imperial edict was being passed around in the hands of the court officials. These were all old officials with official positions and ranks. Among them, there was no lack of people who held great power and had previously been on good terms with the emperor and his officials. Naturally, they could tell whether the imperial edict was real or not. From the handwriting to the imperial seal, there was indeed not a single place that was fake. Even if Xian Li's people wanted to find a bone in an egg and find a trace of evidence that this imperial edict was fake, they all failed in the end. In the end, the imperial edict returned to Lu Min's hands. Lu Min took the imperial edict and said loudly, when His Majesty was seriously ill, he secretly wrote this imperial edict and handed it to this official. That day, Eunuch Li was also present, but now that Eunuch Li has passed away, there is no one to testify. However, an imperial edict cannot be faked. This official was acting according to the imperial edict. Now that His Majesty has passed away, the country cannot go a day without a ruler. Since His Majesty has already decided on a candidate, he must be respected. He walked back to Empress Dowager Ida and presented the imperial edict with both hands. He said respectfully, Empress Dowager, please preside over the coronation ceremony and choose a day for the new emperor to ascend the throne. Lu Min had the emperor's trust, so it was not impossible for him to pass the imperial edict to him. His words were indeed irrefutable. The people of Xian Pei's faction, who were originally at a disadvantage, saw that the situation had suddenly changed. Moreover, this time with the imperial edict, the situation was truly irreversible. Naturally, they also fiercely exhaled and immediately knelt down with Lu Min. They shouted in unison, Empress Dowager, please preside over the coronation ceremony and choose a day for the new emperor to ascend the throne. Lin Wei was also mixed in with these people. He had a smile on his lips, and his handsome face was filled with uncontrollable joy. He even looked somewhat provocatively at the people of Xian Li's faction. At this moment, those people were all dejected. Just now, those words that affirmed that Xian Li was fully deserving of being the son of heaven were like slaps to their faces. Now, no matter what they said, it was all wrong. Xian Li's face no longer had a smile on it. His expression was very stiff, but if one looked carefully, it was not difficult to see how frightening it was. They had failed on the verge of success. From beginning to end, they had become a joke. In terms of purpose and self-esteem, it was an irreparable blow. Empress Dowager Ida also smiled. She slightly raised her chin and said with a solemn tone, "Allow." The dust had settled. No one had thought that Lu Min would suddenly stand up at this time and take out an imperial edict. The great power of this imperial edict was obvious to everyone. From the moment the imperial edict appeared, no matter what happened to Xian Li in the future, even if he drew his sword against him, he would stand in a completely unreasonable position. Losing the support of the people, taking a step back, even if Xian Li ascended the throne in the end, he would not have a legitimate reason to do so. He would only have the reputation of usurping the throne. For an emperor, it was difficult to stop the mouths of the masses. The common people of the world could not be completely killed. He had already fallen into an irreversible situation. He forcibly suppressed his rage. After Empress Dowager Ida said a few more words, she announced the end of the court session. She let it go easily. Since the future crown prince of the Great Jin dynasty had been decided, there was no need for her to stay here and not let go of the affairs of the court. As soon as Empress Dowager Ida left, the throne room became lively. The people of Xian Pei's faction had suffered a loss at the hands of Xian Li's faction. Now that they had finally regained their face, it would be strange if they did not ruthlessly ridicule them. Immediately, they began to mock and ridicule them. Xian Li did not pay attention to the war of words here. He turned and walked out of the throne room. He did not bring anyone with him. His steps were hurried, and the expression on his face was truly distorted to a frightening extent. Eighth brother. As he reached the corner of the long corridor, he heard a familiar voice. Xian Pei walked over from the other side. He had been under house arrest for so long. At this moment, he suddenly appeared. Someone must have brought the news to him at the first instance. With the imperial edict, his crimes were almost immediately cleared. Those accusations of patricide were all dirty water. After disappearing for so long, this youngster appeared again. He was dressed in brocade, his features exquisite, and his face was smiling. However, that noble childlike temperament had instantly faded a lot. That kind of sharpness that was hidden under the surface was like a beast that was still in deep sleep. Originally, he had thought that it was just a wolf that had not yet grown up. Now, it seemed that it was not a wolf, but a young lion cub that had always been in hiding and had already begun to have the instinct to plunder lives. This young lion cub was gradually growing up, already faintly revealing the aura of an emperor. Xian Li was shocked by his own thoughts. He actually felt that the youngster in front of him had the aura of an emperor. Xian Pei was just a child that was still wet behind the ears. The aura of an emperor? That was simply unimaginable. Eighth brother doesn't look too good. Xian Pei smiled and said, "I have already heard about what happened in the throne room just now. Why didn't eighth brother congratulate me?" "Congratulations," Xian Li said stiffly. There were also a few courtiers watching from afar. Right now, many of them were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Was he going to lose face in front of a child? Xian Li could not possibly do such a thing. Therefore, even if his teeth were about to break, he still had to be courteous on the surface. However, Xian Pei did not seem to have caused enough trouble for Xian Li. He smiled and said, "I have already told eighth brother that my luck has always been very good. Perhaps my luck has turned for the better. Eighth brother, just a few days ago, I had to bear the infamy that cannot be washed away. Now that the truth has been revealed, isn't it a happy ending? Eighth brother, don't you think my luck is very good?" Good. Xian Li only said one word. The youth in front of him looked at him with a smile. Those eyes were moving and resplendent. Xian Pei had a good appearance, but he had never seen such a stubborn youth. Even when he was his age, he was used to enduring silently. However, Xian Pei was like a venomous snake, quietly lurking. He could not even be considered to be enduring silently. He did not feel that it was enduring at all. Instead, he enjoyed the process very much. Xian Li stared at Xian Pei's eyes and suddenly felt that at this moment, Xian Pei was extremely similar to Jiang Yuan. That woman was also the same. She was all smiles and led people to the edge of the trap. Then, she would unhurriedly give them a push. The funny thing was that the prey thought that he had succeeded. And after the matter was over, he would mock them without batting an eyelid. His skill in rubbing salt on people's wounds was also very good. Eighth brother seems to have important matters to attend to. I shall not disturb you any further. Xian Li smiled again and turned to walk forward slowly. Goodbye. The last two words were said in an incomparably frivolous manner. It seemed to be faintly hinting at another sentence. I have already won this game. There is no use for you to stay. Get lost. Xian Li stood where he was and did his best to calm his fluctuating emotions. If he could, he wished that he could dismember Xian Pei's body into 10,000 pieces. This kind of humiliation from having his face trampled on was enough to make him go crazy. But in this madness, Xian Li still maintained his extreme rationality. This matter was really somewhat strange. How could Lu Min have two imperial edicts? He had also seen the imperial edict in today's court. It was indeed true. Then, what was the imperial edict that Qi Man had taken away? What was going on? He must immediately find Qi Man and ask her clearly. At night, in the frozen Jianan mountain, thousands of miles away, in the warm spring flowers blooming in the Luyang mountain manor, an old man with white hair and beard sat on top of the mountain peak. He looked at the divination in front of him and sighed deeply. He raised his head and looked at the vast and boundless starry sky. The stars twinkled. His gaze only stopped at one spot. Finally, he closed his eyes and shook his head. His voice was hoarse and ancient. The new lord has appeared. On this day, Dong Yinger in the palace also received the news. She stood up in disbelief. Looking at the slightly panicked maid in front of her, she screamed, "What? The imperial edict designates the 13th prince as the emperor. Your Highness, please calm down." The maid hurriedly knelt down. Now that the entire court knows about this, Your Highness, Dong Yinger sat down on the carved chair. Her entire body seemed to have been sucked out of her in an instant. What was going on? Why did an imperial edict suddenly appear? How could it be? Designating the 13th prince as the emperor? Dong Yinger herself didn't know why the emperor made this choice. Even though she served the emperor for a long time and seemed to have gained the emperor's trust. But that man, she had never been able to figure out what he was thinking. She had tried to beat around the bush, hoping to get some information out of him. But the emperor was more vigilant than anyone else. She almost exposed her identity. Later on, she didn't dare to do it again. But at that time, the emperor had never shown any favor to either of the two princes. It was as if he already had someone else in mind. Moreover, he didn't seem to have talked to Lu Min alone. So where did this damned imperial edict come from? So many court officials had seen it, so it couldn't be fake. Dong Yinger was very clear what this meant. When the emperor wanted to enter the imperial mausoleum, she didn't want to be buried with him. Thus, she risked her life to ask for Xian Li's freedom. If Xian Li succeeded, the Dong family would rise to the top, and she would also be free. But now, Xian Pei had become the rightful heir to the throne. Xian Li might be able to rebel, but before that, executing her in the name of the emperor was a small matter. She had slandered Zhao Jin and used Jiang Xinji to implicate Xian Pei. How could Xian Pei let her go? Thinking of this, Dong Yinger felt a chill run down her spine. How could she fail at the last moment? Could it be that this was her fate? She had staked everything on the line. She didn't want her friends, she didn't want her face, and she didn't want her conscience. In the end, she still got nothing. Even this fleeting wealth couldn't last long. Their Dong family stood on Xian Li's side. What would they do in the future? Dong Yinger suddenly felt her head hurt. She suddenly felt faint and almost fainted. She almost fell. The palace maid beside her jumped in fright. She quickly supported her and said, "Your Highness, what's wrong? This servant will go find the imperial physician right now." The people of the Zhao family were also released. It seemed like a play. The rapid changes in the palace were something none of them had expected. What was even more unexpected was that something had happened to Dong Yinger. Someone had found the true poison of the southern border in her chambers. That kind of poison was different from the poison that had killed the emperor. It was more like a drug addiction. The more one used it, the more addicted it would become. Then, the foundation of the body would slowly be hollowed out. This was what Dong Yinger had done. In those days, the emperor liked the food she made. She had poisoned all of it, which was why he fell ill in one day. But this poison wasn't given to people for free. If it was left on the body for a long time, the person who came into contact with it would also be poisoned. It was just that they didn't know it. Dong Yinger had poisoned the emperor over the years, and even her own body was harmed. Yesterday, she fainted in her bedroom. Someone called the imperial physician to check on her. They were surprised to find that her symptoms were very similar to the emperor's. They invited Xia Qing to treat her. Only then did they discover the secret. It turned out that the most innocent Dong Xiu-yi was the main culprit. Then Chen Zhang's wine became dirty water that was poured on Zhao Jin. This time, Dong Yinger had incurred public anger. Empress Dowager Ida's methods were never joking. But on the night she was locked up in prison, she took poison and committed suicide. She said it was suicide, but according to the jailer, Dong Yinger didn't seem to have committed suicide. How could someone commit suicide by taking poison that was so painful? Arsenic could solve the problem, but she had to use the poison of the southern border. Xia Qing had already seen that the person who used that kind of poison would suffer great pain before death. It was to drink the insect eggs along with the medicine into the stomach, and be bitten to death by the insect eggs in the body. Dong Yinger's death was also very miserable, and it was almost impossible to see the original shape of her body. When Zhao Jin heard the news, he was stunned for half an incense stick of time. He didn't say anything and didn't eat. He ran into the room alone and didn't even discover Jiang Xing's arrival. Jiang Xing touched his head, "Quickly go and eat." She did not commit suicide by taking poison. Zhao Jin said sullenly, she was most afraid of pain and originally loved to look beautiful. Even if she died, she would not use such a despicable method. She must die in style. Such a way of dying is really too much of a waste. Zhao Jin originally should hate Dong Yinger, but after knowing her miserable end, there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. Naturally, it was not pity or sympathy. She was not selfless to that extent. It was just that her heart was heavy and full of depression. Denying Dong Yinger was the same as denying her carefree youth. Not everyone could be like a stranger to someone they were close to, and there were still some ups and downs in her heart. It was Xian Li who did it. Jiang Xing patted her shoulder. "After using this kind of poison, I'm afraid he is now mad with anger and used a pawn to vent his anger." Dong Yinger was one of Xian Li's people. When the matter was exposed, Xian Li naturally wanted to silence her. But he actually used this kind of torturous poison. This was not in line with Xian Li's usual style. It could only mean that he was furious because of Lu Min's imperial edict. He had nowhere to vent his anger, so after Dong Yinger's death, he used her as a tool to vent his anger. He is not human. Zhao Jin said hatefully, he is a beast with a human face. Seeing the cruel methods of Wenya's people, to be able to do such a thing to a weak woman, especially a former ally. Ao Jin felt extremely disgusted when she thought of Xianli. The winner is king and the loser is in the wrong. This has been the principle since ancient times. Jiang Xing said. Besides, she asked a tiger for its skin. When she made this decision, she must have the courage to bear the consequences. He looked at Zhao Jin and said somewhat helplessly, "You don't have to worry too much about this. Although I know that you are sad, you must know that she is not a good person. You are not a bodhisattva when someone is heartless to you. You only have yourself to blame, or perhaps the heavens have opened their eyes." Jiang Xing did not have a shred of goodwill towards Dong Yinger. How good could a person who could drag Zhao Jin's entire family down with her? He was a soldier and had seen many cruel deaths on the battlefield. He only felt that Dong Yinger reaped what she sowed. If she had left some leeway when she framed others or poisoned the emperor, she would not have fallen to this state. Zhao Jin sighed and did not refute his words. Jiang Xing pulled her up and said, "Eat something. I am afraid that the capital will not be peaceful for a while. Your fu will strengthen its defenses. I am afraid that Xianli will make a move. Since the Zhao family has already offended him, you will naturally be listed as his #1 enemy." Jiang Ruan was still unaware of everything that had happened in the throne room. She felt more and more tired day by day. She even unconsciously ate more and more food. Even if she had the heart to endure, she could not hide it in the end. Looking at her protruding belly, Jiang Ruan could not help but smile bitterly. If this continued, the next time she saw Xianli, she was afraid that she would not be able to hide it no matter what. Just as she was thinking, the mute maid walked in, her hands holding a few pieces of clothing. Jiang Ruan was slightly startled, and the mute maid smiled. She gestured at Jiang Ruan a few times, and Jiang Ruan understood that these were new clothes that had been made for her. However, after being here for so long, no tailor had come to measure her body. Of course, the people here would not allow her to come into contact with outsiders. No one was allowed to do so, lest she play tricks. Jiang Ruan looked at the clothes brought by the mute maid. Ready-made clothes? The mute maid nodded. Jiang Ruan took the clothes and said, "You can leave first." The mute maid left first. Jiang Ruan opened the clothes. Not a single one was red. They were all light colors. Most likely, they were afraid that she would be discovered. These light-colored clothes did not attract attention. In the future, if she wanted to move, it would be much easier. Jiang Ruan shook open a piece of clothing and casually draped it over her body. She found that it was a little too big. Immediately, she understood. How could the clothes sold in ready-made clothes fit so well? It was just that this was a little too big. However, after a while, a smile appeared on Jiang Ruan's face. She caressed the clothes. Such a large dress was admittedly not good in the past, but now it could not be any better. Perhaps she could cover her belly and not let it be so conspicuous. It was simply very good. If the next time Xianli came personally, she could probably think of a way to cover it up. She glanced at the scratches on the headboard of the bed that recorded the date. She did not know what was going on right now. Did Xianli make a move? If he did, and the imperial edict came out, Xianli would come looking for her very quickly. At that time, she could think of a way to leave. But why had Xiao Xiao's people not come looking for her yet? Jiang Ruan was somewhat puzzled. If it was in the past, she would absolutely not be afraid of dragging things out with these people. But now, there was a small child in her belly. If she dragged things out, it would be more dangerous for the child. She did not want to risk the child, so her expression gradually became solemn. Chapter 251. The alliance between Nanjiang country and Xianli must be broken. If she could use Xianli to punish Danzhen, that would be the best. But Jiang Ruan covered her belly, and big drops of sweat rolled down from her forehead. There was also a trace of fear in her heart. In her previous life, she was Pei Er's mother, but Pei Er was not her biological child. This was the first time she was pregnant, and the first time she had her own child. When she was in the palace, she had seen countless concubines who were pregnant with children, and finally had miscarriages in various ways. Of course, this was due to someone with ulterior motives, but it also showed that children were very fragile. The emperor originally wanted to appoint Xiao Xiao, but she didn't know why it became Xian Pei in the end. Qi Man did not intend to tell Xian Li about Xiao Xiao's identity, but when Xian Li questioned her at this moment, she just smiled and said, "If your highness finds me to blame, you are looking for the wrong person. We can only find an imperial edict, and the imperial edict in the palace was not made by us. I don't have to lie to you, because His Majesty did not make a decision before that. His Majesty is such a shrewd person, so he made 2 imperial edicts and intended to hand over these 2 imperial edicts to a loyal confidant. The situation in the court can change dramatically overnight. If anything happens, as long as one of them is destroyed, the other one will be taken out and announced to the world immediately. Eighth Highness, His Majesty is your father, and the relationship between you and your father is very deep. Don't you know His Majesty's temperament?" Her words were light, but they smashed into Xian Li's heart like heavy iron. How could it be him? How could it be him? If it was him, didn't he leave his own imperial edict these days and give Xian Pei the opportunity to seize the first opportunity? Jiang Ruan deliberately did this. But he obviously did not come for this today. Xian Li looked at Jiang Ruan and asked with a sneer, "That imperial edict, you deliberately lured me, right?" In Nanjiang country, there was a princess of the previous dynasty and a holy maiden of the current dynasty. The relationship between them was subtle. Moreover, with Dan Zhen's temperament, he may not recognize this princess who caused the demise of Nanjiang country. Moreover, Qi Man and Dan Zhen had different personalities. Qi Man was the best at hiding and enduring silently. Thus, perhaps even the burning of the imperial edict had been deliberately allowed by Qi Man. This joy was so dazzling in Xian Li's eyes, as if it was mocking him for being ridiculous. Step by step, he walked towards Jiang Ruan. His movements were full of pressure, like a ferocious beast facing its prey. He walked to the front of Jiang Ruan's table, placed both hands on the table, and looked down at Jiang Ruan from top to bottom. Suddenly, he sneered and said, "Wang Fei seems to be living well. These days, you seem to have mellowed out a little." At this moment, the mute servant hurriedly walked in. As soon as she entered the room, she turned around and closed the door. In her hand was a food basket that was usually used to deliver meals. Then, he lifted the lid of the basket and took out a bowl from inside. The mute servant said, "My father worked for Xian Li." When the matter was exposed, Xian Li, in order to protect himself and prevent others from finding out that it was related to him, ordered people to slaughter my entire family of 93 people. I was outside at that time and had a lucky escape. The debt of 93 lives, I will get it back from him one day. For so many years, I have spent all my family's wealth in search of an opportunity. I mixed in with the people of Xian Li Fu and pretended to be mute. When I heard that the housekeeper was recruiting people to serve an important person, he chose me. Being mute makes things easier. From the beginning, I had this idea. Pretending to be mute, I might be able to find an opportunity to come into contact with Xian Li's secrets. The heavens have eyes and have finally given me this opportunity. Now, Jiang Ruan could see that the medicine was indeed an abortion-stabilizing medicine. The mute servant should have long known that she was pregnant. Speaking of which, it made sense. No matter how much she tried to hide it, the people she interacted with day and night would find out that she was unusual. Those who hid in the courtyard to monitor her could be ignored. In the same room, it was somewhat difficult to hide it flawlessly. However, the mute servant actually said that she was not sent by Xiao Xiao. If she was not Xiao Xiao's person, why would she help her so much? However, she did not expect that Xiao Xiao would subdue the embroidered uniform guards. Qi Man's heart was filled with hatred, but later on, she slowly thought things through. Rather than beating the grass and alerting the enemy now, it would be better to wait for Xiao Xiao to obtain everything and then lose everything. Wouldn't that be even more painful? she did not expect that Xiao Xiao would actually stay together with Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan was a scheming woman. Initially, in the minister's fu, she had watched as the concubines and the fu fought with each other as an outsider. Step by step, Jiang Yuan had reached this stage. If not for her relationship with Xiao Xiao, Qi-man originally felt that she would somewhat admire Jiang Yuan's unscrupulous nature. His expressions suddenly became gloomy, and he was like a completely different person from his usual warm and gentle appearance. Due to his warped expression, he seemed a little ugly. He fiercely said, "So what? The imperial edict is still in our hands. As long as we take it out, Xian Pei will not be a legitimate heir. This world's rivers and mountains are mine, and it has always been mine." Jiang Yuan smiled slightly. Although her face was somewhat pale because of Xian Li's actions, she still spoke clearly, "Your Highness, what I am talking about is that imperial edict. The imperial edict in my hands is the real one. When I brought that imperial edict out of the palace, I did not intend to be bait. I originally intended to take that imperial edict away." Jiang Yuan looked at Xian Li's somewhat startled expression and continued, "But does your Highness know why I want to take that imperial edict away? Because that imperial edict is an edict of succession, but the name on it is not the 13th prince, but Xian Pei. Therefore, I want to take that imperial edict away." A trace of vigilance flashed in Xian Li's eyes. "Do you know what this place is?" Jiang Yuan steeled her heart. She was not someone who easily trusted others, but for the sake of the child in her belly, she also had a kind of intuition. Without saying anything further, she gulped down the bowl of medicine. But if it was not Xian Li, was it that inexperienced Xian Pei? These words could deceive others, but it was not easy to deceive Qi-man. Only she knew what the emperor's intentions were. This world's rivers and mountains were indeed surnamed Xian, but the person who originally sat on this position should have been Crown Prince Hongxi. Therefore, the person who ascended to the throne now should also be Crown Prince Hongxi's son. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Yuan felt the pain in her abdomen slightly ease. The mute maid had already cleared the bowls and chopsticks, laid out the rest of the dishes, and personally helped her up to sit on a chair. Jiang Yuan asked, "Were you sent by Xiao Xiao?" "Your Highness, I'm afraid you will be disappointed." Jiang Yuan looked at her with pity, but that pity seemed to contain some ridicule, as if she was watching a show. "There is no longer that imperial edict. The land of Buddhism is a good place to cultivate one's moral character. If one's heart is broadened, everything will naturally be fine." Jiang Yuan replied with a smile. The mute maid was startled and shook her head. Jiang Yuan was startled. At this moment, she did not have the time to be surprised when the mute maid could speak. She only looked at the bowl of medicine and her heart shivered. Immediately, she recalled the scene in her previous life when she saw the imperial concubines in the palace pouring saffron into the mouths of women. She looked at the mute maid warily and asked, "What is this?" Very strange, Jiang Yuan was a strange woman. He had seen countless women in his life, but every time he met Jiang Yuan, a strange feeling would arise in his heart. Xian Li could probably feel a little of that feeling. It was a desire to possess. The expression on Xian Li's face fluctuated uncertainly. Suddenly, he lifted the curtain and strode out. After Xian Li left, Qi-man's expression gradually sank. She suddenly put on her outer robe and turned to walk out. Xian Li had actually come. Jiang Yuan was slightly stunned, but immediately understood. It seemed that the matter had already happened, and Xian Li had also come to denounce her. These days, she had been imprisoned in this strange place and had no way of knowing anything about the situation outside. At this moment, when she suddenly saw Xian Li and looked at his current expression, it was most likely successful. The corners of Jiang Yuan's mouth unconsciously curled up, and a trace of joy flashed in her eyes. Everyone said that Crown Prince Hongxi's son had died in that war, but Qi-man knew that he had not died. He hated Crown Prince Hongxi, he also hated Xiang Xiaoyuan, he hated the current emperor, and the one he hated the most was Crown Prince Hongxi's son. That slut and Crown Prince Hongxi had actually given birth to a vile spawn. She wanted Xiang Xiaoyuan's flesh and blood to die a horrible death. He had seen countless beauties. Even the holy maiden of the southern border, Dan Zhen, was a beauty that could cause the downfall of cities and countries. But in Xian Li's eyes, she was nothing more than a good-looking fool. But Jiang Ruan was different. This woman was cunning, scheming, independent, ruthless, and she was also born with such a beautiful face. If she stood next to him, they would be a good match. This woman had the qualifications to stand side by side with him. Xian Li's gaze was somewhat absent-minded and infatuated. His hands tightly grasped Jiang Ruan's neck, and he almost leaned in close to her face. Jiang Ruan's words seemed to be far away yet near at the same time. In a split second, Xian Li's entire mind was filled with these words. He suddenly felt that his chest had stopped, as if all the blood in his entire body had congealed. It was clearly a warm spring day with flowers blooming, but it was as cold as the 9 coldest days. He knew that Jiang Ruan would not lie about this kind of thing. Jiang Ruan's smile was sincere and joyful. That imperial edict really did not exist. Yuan Chuan, when did you become so long-winded? Dan Zhen frowned and looked at him. Yes. Dan Zhen admitted without thinking. Now that such a big thing had happened, Qi Man naturally wanted to first find that imperial edict and send it to Xian Li. Who knew that after searching left and right, she could not find the imperial edict? Naturally, anxiety arose in his heart. Yuan Chuan almost immediately thought of Dan Zhen. Dan Zhen did not come into contact with outsiders all year round and had always been obeyed. Even in this place, she was not the kind of person to listen to other people's orders. Before Qi Man came to denounce him, Yuan Chuan hurriedly came to find Dan Zhen to clarify things. What? Xian Li frowned. Yuan Chuan thought about it, but in the end, he did not say anything to Dan Zhen. He was afraid that even if he told Dan Zhen about this matter now, Dan Zhen would not realize how serious the matter was. Now that another imperial edict had appeared, the contents of the previous imperial edict in Jiang Ruan's hands would be unknown. Xian Li would definitely want to get to the bottom of it, but in the end, if he knew that it had been burned by Dan Zhen, his ally Xian Li could not be trusted. Now that his great plan had been ruined, who knew how he would treat Dan Zhen? Now, she could only go to find Qi Man first and explain the matter to Qi Man. At least, Qi Man and Dan Zhen were royal relatives of Nanjiang country. In front of Xian Li, they were all in the same boat. There was no reason to be partial to others. Jiang Ruan glanced at the mute maid. The anxiety on this maid's face did not seem to be faked. These days, she had not shown anything special and had not been able to speak. Jiang Ruan thought that this was a mute maid that Xian Li had found to serve people. Usually, she deliberately hid it from the mute maid, but now that she thought about it carefully, it seemed that the mute maid had never done anything to hurt her. Even many times, she had unintentionally helped her. Jiang Ruan was silent for a moment and said, "Okay, deal. It is not difficult to guess." Jiang Ruan also smiled, "But even if I can guess it, I can't get out. Isn't your highness clearer than me on this point?" Qi Man looked at the young man in front of her. This young prince of the great Jin dynasty had a long reputation. Even when he was young, he had enjoyed a good reputation among the people. Regardless of talent or temperament, he was excellent. At least on the surface, he seemed to be impeccable. It seemed that in the eyes of the emperor, his position was also extremely high, but in the end, the emperor's imperial edict did not write his name. This was enough to make the people in the world somewhat surprised. Yuan Chuan knows his mistake. The man in gray quickly admitted his mistake, but then he thought of something and immediately said hurriedly, "Please forgive Yuan Chuan for offending me. It is really urgent. May I ask, Holy Maiden, is the imperial edict that was taken from Jiang Ruan with you?" Then the mute maid ran to Jiang Ruan's side and helped her up. She brought the bowl in her hand to Jiang Ruan and whispered, "Quickly drink." Now, her stomach felt like it was being twisted. She clutched her stomach with one hand and almost fainted from the pain. She gritted her teeth and hesitated to call for help. If she called for help, she would not be able to hide the fact that she had a child in her stomach. If she did not call for help and had a miscarriage, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. I burned it. Without waiting for Yuan Chuan to finish speaking, Danjun interrupted him. Yuan Chuan was startled, and his face under the mask stiffened for a moment. She was still a little uncomfortable, so she retched a little. Finally, she said, that imperial edict is real. Jiang Ruan stared into his eyes and smiled, "Oh, it's you, Your Highness." The incense from the silver candles rose in spirals. Even though it was a remote courtyard in the capital, the fragrance seemed to contain a faintly discernible aura of a foreign land. The woman dressed in red reclined on the couch and played with a small copper bell in her hand. There seemed to be the sound of a bell in the distance. Obviously, this was a temple. The smoke from the temple and the smoke from the incense in the room were mixed together, so it was hard to tell who was who. Xianli looked at the woman in front of him and said all this with a smile. She did not mind her current identity in the slightest, and even told Xianli her plan as if they were good friends. Hearing this, Xianli's heart felt like it was blocked by a ball of cotton. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, at that time, Qi Man had only said that the imperial edict was absolutely real, so he did not think too much about it. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? On the contrary, Jiang Ruan's calculations were good, but it was actually his own doing. What was this? Since there was an imperial edict in Xian Pei's hands, then Jiang Ruan's action of hiding an imperial edict from the palace was almost a diversion. It would make people lower their guard against Xian Pei in the palace, and then when Xianli was at his most complacent, it would give him a fatal blow and cause him to lose face. This was Jiang Ruan's intention. She had planned it from the beginning. She was that bait, in order to completely attract Xianli's attention. Qi Man's expression changed slightly, and then her lips curled into a smile. That imperial edict is actually not important. Shouldn't Your Highness be asking about Hong and Junju now? In fact, Your Highness also understands that we have been tricked in this matter. Hong and Junju deliberately did this. And she has succeeded. Jiang Yuan said thoughtfully, "So, do you want to help me?" Unfortunately, Xiao Xiao's identity had not been exposed, and he was still alive. However, Qi Man also thought that it was not bad. Everything that Xiao Xiao originally thought had been turned upside down, and the world he had stayed in was all a false lie. Not everyone could bear the truth, especially when they had lost everything in one night, and even had to bear the infamy of being a traitor. Jiang Yuan sat in front of the table on the couch, leisurely reading a book. The area below her chest was blocked by the table, so it was not possible to see her increasingly protruding belly. However, although the loose clothes could cover some of it, her face was becoming more and more plump. Every day, she sat here leisurely reading a book, but it was only an act. Naturally, she was thinking about other things. Dan Zhen snorted lightly, and Yuan Chuan turned and left. However, before Yuan Chuan could find Qi Man to clarify things, Xianli had already found Qi Man first. Yuan Chuan thought like this, and only hesitated for a moment. Under Dan Zhen's questioning gaze, he smiled bitterly, "It's just a small matter, this subordinate will settle it. Holy Maiden, please be at ease, and be sure to pay attention to your own safety." Jiang Yuan sat back in her original position, and her abdomen began to slightly cramp. Xianli had used too much strength in his hands, and in the end, it had still affected her pregnancy. Just now, she had forced herself to put on such a show with Xianli. Naturally, that imperial edict did not have Xianli's name on it, but an imperial edict to pass the throne to Xiao Xiao. However, only by telling Xianli that it was his imperial edict of succession would Xianli, who had an extremely strong self-esteem, feel that it was a huge blow. More importantly, if she told him that the imperial edict was burned by the Holy Maiden of Nanjiang, Xianli would certainly not let the Holy Maiden of Nanjiang off. During these days of house arrest, Jiang Yuan could roughly see that the relationship between Qi Man and Dan Zhen was not very good. That day, when Dan Zhen burned the imperial edict, Qi Man did not have the time to attend the evening party, but afterwards, she would definitely have heard the news. However, Qi Man did not even look for her, and instead continued to live in harmony as if nothing had happened. Perhaps Qi Man also knew that if something really went wrong, Xian Li would definitely find trouble with Dan Zhen. Jiang Ruan frowned, "Then why are you here?" He looked at Jiang Ruan and said in a threatening tone, "The other imperial edict of succession, whose name was written on it." Xian Li looked at her with uncertainty. Among all the women he had seen in his life, this woman was the most cunning and difficult to deal with. This place was Qi Man's base camp, and no one could find their way here. Just the fact that Jiang Ruan could guess that it was a temple was already very suspicious. Who knew if she had the opportunity to inform Xiao Xiao's people? Although Qi Man had made a solemn vow, how could Jiang Ruan be that easy to deal with? Jiang Ruan was slightly startled. No matter what, she had not thought that this would be the reason. She said, "What deep hatred do you have with her?" Today, she had only flipped through 2 pages when the door was suddenly pushed open. Jiang Ruan looked up and saw the mute maid's panic-stricken face, and then Xian Li's gloomy expression. Jiang Ruan was already unable to breathe from his grip, but she slowly closed her eyes. Xian Li was suddenly shocked and immediately let go. Jiang Ruan still had a use for him, and he still needed to use her to make a deal with Xiao Xiao. She absolutely could not die now. As soon as he let go, Jiang Ruan immediately covered her neck and started coughing. Xian Li seemed to suddenly think of Jiang Ruan's identity. That's right, she was the princess of Jinying Wangfu, Xiao Xiao's woman. Although this woman was intelligent, from the beginning to the end, she had been opposing him. She was a scourge. What he had burned was Your Highness's imperial edict of succession. Birth control medicine. The mute maid appeared to be very anxious. "Quickly drink it, I don't know when their people will arrive." "Where is that imperial edict?" Xian Li asked coldly. Xian Pei's imperial edict had already caused him to lose all face and become the laughingstock of the entire Great Jin court. Even those who had decided to follow him now secretly looked at him strangely. More and more people began to choose to seek refuge with Xian Pei, as if after Xian Pei became the legitimate heir to the throne, there would be a bright and broad road ahead. Now, Xian Li only wanted to figure out what was going on. Yuan Chuan's heart relaxed and he hurriedly said, "Then where is that imperial edict now, right now?" This smile instantly poked at Xian Li's most humiliated and angry thoughts. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Jiang Ruan's neck. His hand was wide and strong, and Jiang Ruan's white and slender neck was in his palm. His hand slowly tightened, and the woman's neck seemed to be broken in his hand. Xian Li narrowed his eyes, his gaze lingering on that beautiful and bright face. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Whoever has enmity with Xian Li, I will help that person." The mute maid said, "Now, I am alone. Although I have tried my best to find an opportunity, I do not know if I can succeed in the end. I know that you are the princess of Jinying Wangfu. Jinying Wangfu is quite powerful, and you are also capable. Otherwise, Xian Li would not be so afraid of you, and even put you under house arrest. I know that you must have a way to deal with him. Why are there 2 imperial edicts?" Xian Li said coldly, "You are lying to me." At this moment, a person suddenly rushed in from outside. The gray-clothed man rushed in and even forgot to knock on the door. The woman in red was startled, and immediately stood up and said angrily, "How dare you?" Jiang Ruan understood. She had originally thought that it was Xiao Xiao's person, but she did not expect that this person was someone who had enmity with Xian Li. As the saying goes, revenge is revenge, and resentment is resentment. Xian Li had brought this upon himself, and retribution was not pleasant. Thinking of the mute maid's life experience, she could not help but sigh. Xian Li was a person who looked amiable on the outside, but was ruthless on the inside. It was not the first time that he had exterminated an entire family. Thinking of something, Jiang Ruan asked, "Then why did you help me?" Crown Prince Hongxi was an intelligent man, and he would certainly protect his son's life. Chapter 252. Dan Jin never cared about the matters in the capital. She was here to avoid the court's pursuit and also to wait for Xian Li's news. From her point of view, everything that had happened was a fact that was already set in stone. Nothing could go wrong. Therefore, she was not worried in her heart. Even when Yuan Chuan came in strangely, Dan Jin did not take it to heart. However, she did not expect that Xian Li would suddenly appear in front of her. Dan Jin looked up at this man. In all fairness, Xian Li was not ugly. With this man's means, he was not incompetent. It was just that Dan Jin had taken a fancy to another person, and Xian Li was far from that person. When Dan Jin looked at Xian Li again, her mood did not fluctuate much. However, she still knew that Xian Li was the person who made a deal with their southern border, so she stood up and smiled, "Eighth Highness." Xian Li also had a smile. Dan Jin had seen Xian Li several times and knew that this was Xian Li's usual expression. To be able to wear a mask so deeply that everyone who saw him felt like they were bathed in the spring breeze, Xian Li also had some ability. It was just that today, at first glance, his face still had the usual warm smile, but there seemed to be something more in that smile, which made people feel strange. Dan Jin's footsteps, which were about to step forward, suddenly paused and then said, "Eighth Highness, what business do you have here?" She was sensitive to a trace of something wrong, but she did not know what was wrong. Her communication with Xian Li was through Yuan Chuan. Yuan Chuan was a smart person and also the knife she was most comfortable with. Xian Li smiled slightly and said, "Holy Maiden, I came here just to ask Holy Maiden one thing." Dan Jin said, "What is it?" The imperial edict found on Princess Jinying's body was burned by Holy Maiden, right? Xian Li's smile at this moment looked a bit fake at close range, which made Dan Jin feel disgusted for no reason. As if there was something else contained in it. She looked at Xian Li and nodded, "Yes." "Oh? May I ask why Holy Maiden did this?" Xian Li asked. Dan Jin was stunned. He carefully looked at Xian Li's expression before saying, "Since that imperial edict is the edict of succession for your brother, keeping it is also a disaster. One day, you will also destroy it. Instead of waiting for trouble, why don't I do it for you? Since you and I are both on the same side, I am not afraid of doing these things." She thought that what she said was very appropriate. As the saintess of Nanjiang country, it was a great honor for her to work for others personally. If it wasn't for the alliance between the two of them, she wouldn't have said such a thing. Who knew that after Xian Li heard this, he smiled strangely and said, "Help me." Dan Jin didn't expect Xian Li to have such a reaction. She was a little dissatisfied and said, "Your Highness, what do you mean?" In Xian Li's heart, a sense of irritation suddenly rose. He looked at Dan Jin and slowly said, "What you said is right." Dan Jin originally only had a temporary outburst of her usual temper. She didn't expect Xian Li to admit his mistake so quickly. She felt it was a little strange. But Xian Li always had a honeyed mouth and a dagger in his heart. He was the best at treating people with an amiable appearance. So she didn't think too much about it and said, "Actually, it's not your fault. It's just that you really shouldn't put all the blame on me." Before she finished speaking, she felt a sudden chill in her chest. An unfamiliar pain spread from her chest and burrowed into her bones. She looked down at her chest in a daze. There was a dagger in her chest, and the hilt was in Xian Li's hand. Xian Li looked at her and smiled slightly. The irritation in his eyes suddenly increased. He deliberately turned the dagger in his hand slowly. You could almost hear the sound of flesh and skin turning. "Since I shouldn't blame you, I should thank you. How about I send you on your way?" Xian Li's voice was light, but it contained an eerie chill. Dan Jin stared at her wound in disbelief. She wanted to shout for help. She wanted to call Yuan Chuan, Chi Man, and the servants outside, but she couldn't say a word. Her body was strangely cold. She opened her mouth again and again, but she didn't have the strength. The tip of the dagger was dipped in poison. Xianli unhurriedly pulled the dagger out of Chi-Man's chest. In that instant, blood spurted out. Xianli took out a handkerchief and wiped the dirt off the tip of the dagger. He put the dagger back into its scabbard. He looked down at the woman on the ground who had died with her eyes wide open. He admired the body on the ground as if he was admiring a painting. After a long time, he slowly smiled and said, "I should have killed you from the beginning, idiot." He turned and walked out of the room. Dan Zhen's body lay across the room. The blood that seeped out from her chest gradually dyed the ground under her body red. Dan Zhen didn't expect that Xianli would actually lay his hands on her. Perhaps she didn't realize how big a mistake she had made. She also didn't realize that Xianli was much more ruthless than she thought. But what she didn't realize the most was that she was not as important as she thought. The reason why she was fearless was that Xianli wanted to form an alliance with her and use the power of the southern border. But she forgot that she was not the only one who could make decisions in the southern border. She was the sacred maiden of the southern border. There was also a princess in the southern border country. Chi-Man was smarter than her, more tolerant than her, and more knowledgeable about how to make a deal with Xianli. When one person was not the only choice, or even when there was a better substitute, killing her was just a very simple matter. Dan Zhen never thought that her life would actually be cut short so quickly even when she died. She hadn't seen the time when Jiang Yuan would rather die than live, and she hadn't seen the time when Xiao Xiao could only surrender to her. She died in the hands of Xianli just because of an imperial edict. How could she be reconciled? Perhaps at the time of her death, she suddenly understood why Jiang Yuan had said those words to her in the beginning. Those words misled her and made her think that the imperial edict was really written in Xian Pei's name. It was nothing more than to borrow her hand to burn the imperial edict, and then use her character to completely shed all pretenses of cordiality with Xianli. She might even have predicted Xianli's reaction. She knew that Xianli was a sensitive and fragile person who could not be trampled on by anyone. He would definitely take her life. When Dan Zhen was in the southern border, she had heard that Jiang Yuan was a person who was good at speculating people's minds. Dan Zhen didn't think much of it, but this disapproval eventually ruined her own life. From the beginning, Jiang Yuan had laid out a series of traps. She wanted Xianli's great cause and also wanted Dan Zhen's life. She didn't do anything. She just gently provoked Dan Zhen's emotions, and it created such an unmanageable situation. She was indeed a woman who was good at taking advantage of people's weaknesses. She was a terrible woman. It was just that Dan Zhen's experiences could only dissipate along with her life on the land of the great Jin dynasty. Conquering the sky where the eagle resided, and the land where the wolf resided, was impossible. The door was pushed open and Yuan Chuan's voice rang out, "Holy Maiden." He had not finished speaking when he suddenly paused. His gaze fell on the corpse lying on the ground. Yuan Chuan was startled. He seemed to be stunned and did not dare to move forward. After a while, he finally seemed to understand. He quickly walked over and squatted down, holding Dan Zhen in his arms. There was only a cold corpse in his arms. There was no longer the slightest bit of vitality. Yuan Chuan was immediately stunned. How could? Yuan Chuan murmured. In a low voice, he called out, "Holy Maiden, Holy Maiden." Only silence answered him. Dan Zhen's blood had dyed his clothes red. The blood stains were even a little black and purple. He suddenly held Dan Zhen's head in his arms and whimpered in pain. If there were people from the southern border passing by at this moment, they would definitely be surprised by Yuan Chuan's expression. This man, who had always been mysterious and never showed his true face, had always been extremely ruthless in his actions. Almost everyone who worked under him would feel fear towards him from the bottom of their hearts. This was because this man's mood was unpredictable. He seemed to simply like killing and bloodthirsty people. Such a devil-like man would actually cry because of someone else. He looked extremely sorrowful. He called out in a low voice, "Didn't you say that I was your most loyal servant, your best knife? I want to help you achieve your wish. How can you die now? Yuan Chuan's gaze was somewhat crazed. He frantically kissed the face of the person in his arms, his expression already showing signs of insanity. He had always been very clear about his own position. In front of Dan Zhen, he was just a dog that would bite. He also knew who Dan Zhen had in her heart. So what if she treated him like a dog? In the end, whoever Dan Zhen wanted him to bite, he would bite. In this world, there was only one person who could obtain his complete loyalty. Even if this woman had no place for him in her heart, he would gladly endure it. She was the holy maiden who had descended from the heavens to save sinners. And he was a lowly sinner who had fallen to the dust. The holy maiden was also human. She also had her own emotions and desires, but they could not be relieved. He was willing to be a knife in the hands of the holy maiden. If blood was dirty, then dirty his hands. He would help her eradicate all obstacles on her path. She only needed to be that clean and pure holy maiden. But now, the person in his arms was only a corpse. There was nothing left. His faith and the person he wanted to follow for the rest of his life were all gone. Yuan Chuan slowly put down the person in his arms. He reached out and took off the mask that never left his face. Half of the face under the mask was full of ravines. One could vaguely see the scars of the past. And on the other half of the face covered by the mask, one could see the word prisoner branded on a soldering iron. That was the heinous crime he had committed. He was whipped, and the word prisoner was branded on his face with a red-hot soldering iron. At that time, when he was about to brand the other side, he heard an ethereal voice, "Stop." The torment came to an abrupt end. He raised his head and saw a woman in a red dress with a pair of magnificent eyes. The woman was like a fairy from the heavens, graceful and graceful. She only said, "He isn't an unforgivable person. Spare him. He had not committed a heinous crime. He had only offended a noble person." This woman's words saved him. Later on, Yuan Chuan could not forget this woman. Finally, he found an opportunity to meet her again. He expressed that he was willing to follow her for the rest of his life. Yuan Chuan was smart, ruthless, and considerate. Dan Zhen liked to use him. All these years, he and Dan Zhen depended on each other. He saw Dan Zhen as his salvation. This world was too dirty and dark. Only this otherworldly beautiful woman could make this world not seem so ugly. He witnessed Dan Zhen's loneliness with his own eyes. In this, his soul became distorted. Even if he became an evil spirit, he never regretted it. Yuan Chuan stroked the uneven skin on one side of his face. His expression gradually calmed down. In a soft and slow voice, he said, "Give me a name and a life. Holy maiden, I will let them accompany you." He slowly bent down, bowed to Dan Zhen's body in a southern border ceremony. Then, he slowly stood up, and without another glance at the body on the ground, walked out the door. In the 8th prince's residence, it was different from the past. Other than the advisors, there were many important officials in the imperial court. They were all people from Xian Li's faction. Now, all of them were sitting there. One of the officials said, "Your Highness, the 13th prince's coronation is imminent." Since the imperial edict has been announced to the world, Xian Li said coldly, "It can still be done without the imperial edict." Thinking of the imperial edict that was burned, Xian Li's heart was still in pain. "Your Highness, do you mean to rebel?" Another official asked tentatively. "What do you mean by rebel?" Xian Li asked. His face was no longer as gentle as before. Instead, there was a hint of madness on his face. He said in a deep voice, "This world is mine. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Whoever wins owns it. There is no need to say the word rebel. This time, it is called purging the rebels in the palace." The officials did not say anything. The common people were not fools. The Edict of Succession had already been issued. Saying that the rebels had not been wiped out was all self-deceiving. Everyone knew that this was just a cover-up. But it was better than nothing. In terms of military strength, Xianli might not be weaker than Xian Pei. Moreover, there were people from southern border. A military official said, "Your Highness has discussed with southern border. But southern border is an outsider after all. I am afraid there will be more trouble in the future. Now it is only because of the situation that we are temporarily cooperating. If in the future, Your Highness will have many problems. It is better." The military officer hesitated and did not say anything. It was still uneasy to collude with other countries to deal with their own land. Moreover, the Nanjiang country had been personally destroyed by the Great Jin dynasty, so it was hard to believe that the people of the Nanjiang country had no other ideas. For people with ulterior motives, how could they coexist peacefully in the future? If it was not to contend against Xian Pei's faction, why would they do these things with southern border? It is just a temporary measure. Xianli said lightly, "After the matter is done, we will naturally deal with southern border. Everyone need not worry." Xianli had long thought of destroying the bridge after crossing the river. After using it, he would throw it away. Southern border was just a tool to him. But when Xianli thought of what Dan Jin did, he could not help but feel angry. Because of this woman's interference, many things were added for no reason. Now there was only Qi Man left in southern border. Qi Man was easier to grasp and much smarter. Hopefully, she would be more tactful than Dan Zhen. When the officials heard Xianli say so, they were relieved. Then someone asked, "I wonder where does Your Highness's battle begin?" "According to what we have said in the past," Xianli said, "but now it is not from the outside of the palace, but from the outside of the palace to the inside, forming a four-sided attack. There are people from southern border at the edge of the capital. First, we will take down the imperial guards in the palace outside the capital. Then, we will encircle the palace." He said it as if nothing had happened, but the people around him could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Encircle the palace, no one would be spared, including Empress Dowager Ida in the palace. The ministers didn't know whether they should feel lucky or unlucky at this moment. They should feel lucky that they had followed Xianli, otherwise, they might have been burned to ashes by the fire. Unfortunately, this master looked gentle and elegant on the surface, but his heart was so ruthless. Working under such a person, they might not be able to get a good result in the future. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether they were happy or angry. Their expressions were complicated. "When will it be done?" someone asked. "The coronation ceremony," Xianli answered. So the officials were silent. In order to avoid people's eyes and ears, they quickly separated and left. After everyone left, Xianli sat alone in the hall with his hands supporting his forehead. There was an indescribable desolation in his expression. In the end, he had still reached the worst step. Originally, he thought that everything could be laid, and that the throne would be rightfully taken. He only needed to use some tricks to prevent Xian Pei from sitting on the throne. Who knew that Xian Pei would play such a trick? Now, the one who failed was him, and he had to use the name of rebellion to extort a confession. Rebellion, Xianli smiled. In his life, the most important thing was his reputation. As long as the word rebellion came out, no matter if he won or lost in future battles, he would become a traitor that he despised the most. Even if he ascended to the throne in the end, this reputation could not be washed away. The common people might not dare to say it out of fear, but who knew what they were thinking in their hearts? It was impossible to kill all the tens of thousands of common people in the capital to avoid gossip. So from the moment he made this decision, this shame was deeply branded on Xianli, and he would never be able to wash it away in his lifetime. In the final analysis, this matter was all Jiang Ruan's fault. After returning, Xianli had slowly thought things through. He was afraid that killing Dan Zhen in a fit of rage was also part of Jiang Ruan's calculations. However, he did not regret it. Dan Zhen, that woman, if he kept her alive for another day, she would always bring disaster to him. In his life, Xianli hated being schemed against the most. But now that things had come to a head, he discovered that he was always being schemed against by Jiang Yuan. He did not even have the interest to denounce her. He was just a little tired. If Jiang Yuan was his person, he would not be in such a terrible situation now, and he would not have to embark on this path of the lowest level. With Jiang Yuan, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, and the road to obtaining thousands of miles of land would be much smoother. Xianli thought, but it was not that he did not express his goodwill to Jiang Yuan. From the first time he met Jiang Yuan, he maintained a gentle and elegant state. Although this appearance was not enough to make all the women rush to him like ducks, it could not be considered as annoying. But from the beginning, Jiang Yuan avoided him like a snake or a scorpion, and even seemed to be somewhat disgusted. Xianli did not know why Jiang Yuan always opposed him, destroyed his plans, and when he proposed to marry her, she did not hesitate to flatly refuse. Xianli did not know whether it was his own illusion, but sometimes Jiang Yuan even inadvertently revealed hatred towards him. Xianli did not know how he had offended her, and he thought about it, but he could not find the reason. Later, Jiang Yuan chose Xiao Xiao, and Xiao Xiao returned with a beauty. On the surface, Xianli did not show anything, but in fact, he had long been mad with anger. Jiang Yuan was someone he could not obtain, but in the end, she was obtained by someone else. Moreover, the person who obtained Jiang Yuan was Xiao Xiao, the person he hated and was most jealous of in this life. Yes, he was jealous. He did not understand why Xiao Xiao was clearly a rebel, but why the emperor still trusted him so much. He also did not understand why among the martial brothers of Jia Nanshan, teacher Ba Qi liked Xiao Xiao the most. He did not understand why Xiao Xiao could easily do what others needed a lot of effort to do. Under his halo, other people's efforts were all obliterated. Since young, Xianli had a temperament of not wanting to fall behind others. He longed for others to constantly notice him, and he was the best, but Xiao Xiao's appearance broke his rule. Even Bai Jiu was the same. At that time, everyone only thought that Bai Jiu liked him, but they did not know that at that time, he was the one who liked Bai Jiu. He was born in the imperial palace, and was used to all kinds of fights. Who would not like Bai Jiu, such a natural and unrestrained girl? At that time, it was the first time he liked someone. He was full of affection, but before he could open his mouth, he saw Bai Jiu say to him in distress, 8th Shixiang, I like 3rd Shixiang, why does he always ignore me? Bai Jiu liked Xiao Xiao, but she had never liked Xianli. Xianli did not understand why Bai Jiu still liked Xiao Xiao, who was so cold to others. It was just that at that moment, he felt an extraordinary sense of anger and betrayal. He was jealous of Xiao Xiao, and hated Bai Jiu's betrayal. The youth's affection at that moment turned into monstrous hatred. How did he do it? He said, if you want to see if he really cares about you, see if he will be jealous. Just say that you like me, and be closer to me. This way, you can test his feelings. Bai Jiu did not suspect him. In her eyes, Xianli was a gentle and considerate older brother. She also felt that this method was pretty good. Thus, at that time, all the martial brothers of Jia Nanshan knew that Bai Jiu liked Xianli. The more intimate Bai Jiu was, the more unbearable Xianli felt. He felt that this was a disgrace, a disgrace. Thus, that day came. When Bai Jiu was trapped, he had a trace of hesitation, wondering if he should call for people to save her. But in the end, when he thought of Bai Jiu telling him about Xiao Xiao's affection, Xianli laughed coldly, turned around, and left. Bai Jiu did not know why Xianli had done this. All the people of Jia Nanshan thought that he was a heartless and fickle person. Only he knew that Bai Jiu had never liked him. Bai Jiu liked Xiao Xiao, and the person he hated the most was Xiao Xiao. After so many years, he thought that he had long forgotten those things. He had worn the mask for so long that he could still smile amiably at Xiao Xiao. But those jealous and dark feelings had never been forgotten for a single day. Xiao Xiao was always luckier than him. Whether it was Bai Jiu or Jiang Yuan, they would always snatch away the things that he fancied. Perhaps they were old enemies in their previous lives, and in the end, they would have to settle things in this life. Xianli clenched his fists, and the teacup in his hands shattered. Blood flowed out from the gaps between his fingers, but he completely ignored it. It was just that his expression was somewhat strange, as if he was a wild beast that had seen a demon. He was very crazy. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.